Good afternoon. This is Chairwoman Jane Lichter. I call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. This evening's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Xfinity Channel 1073 and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. May I have a motion to go into closed session as permitted by the Open Meetings Act as found in the Annotated Code of Maryland, General Provisions Article 3-305, B1, B7, and B8, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, consult with counsel to obtain legal advice, and consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation.
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Young.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Agombe?
Yes.
Ms. Dulesky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ready or not? Good evening. This is Chairwoman Jane Lichter. I call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. This evening's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Xfinity Channel 1073, and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. Did I forget something? Okay. Sorry, everybody. Good evening. This is Chairwoman Jane Lichter. I now call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. I invite you to recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, to be led by Ms. Forsyth Ongambe, and we will then have a moment of silence in recognition of those who have served education in Baltimore County. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tonight's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast, Xfinity Channel 1073 and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. The first item on the agenda is the consideration of the April 21st agenda, and for that I call on Mr. Young.
Madam Chair, I move to add contract GDA-315-26 executive search firm for superintendent under new business contract awards as Exhibit N20.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers, are there any more additions or changes to tonight's agenda?
I'm unaware of any additional changes.
Second, Pumphrey. So moved. Ms. Henn?
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote on the addition of the contract? Ms. Gover.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, there's just something missing. Okay. Earlier this evening, the board met in closed session pursuant to the Opens Meeting Act for the following reasons: to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, consult with counsel to obtain legal advice, and consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation. The closed session summary and the open session information summary can be found on board docs under this board meeting agenda date. The next item on the agenda is personnel matters, and for that I call on Mr. McCall.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. I'd like the board's consent for the following personnel matters. We have retirements, resignations, non-renewals, leaves, ethics review panel member appointment, and educator licensure appointments.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in Exhibits D1 through D6?
So move Young.
Thank you, Mr. Young and Ms. Stileski. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stileski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCall.
Thank you.
Our next item is public comment. This is one of the opportunities the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. If not selected to address the board, members of the public may submit their comments to the board members via email at boe@bcps.org. The Baltimore County Police Department's Homeland Security Unit and Office of School Safety has recommended safety and security protocols, which are posted on the boardroom and available in board docs and on the board's participation by the public website. While we encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices within the purview of this board and this school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Baltimore County. Inappropriate personal remarks or other behavior, such as language that promotes violence against a BCPS employee or that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting, are out of order and will not be tolerated. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be escorted from the meeting. Please observe the 3-minute clock, which will let you know when your time is up. The microphone will be turned off at the end of your time or prior to that time at the discretion of the board chair. We're going to start with our school system affiliated groups, and our first speaker is Mary Crow from Nottingham Middle School. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. My name is Mary Crow, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Nottingham Middle School PTO and community members, many of whom are here tonight. In December, I shared concerns about the loss of critical supports that were previously provided to students in our community and made 2 requests. I am here today to follow up. First, we asked Dr. Rogers to send a letter to MSDE requesting that Nottingham be added to the 25-26 low-performing schools list. MSDE has made clear that this letter, along with supporting data, which we have already compiled, is all that is needed to begin their appeals process. Despite statements of support, we were informed in February that BCPS will not be sending the letter. The LPS designation is intended to attract and retain nationally board-certified teachers through an annual stipend in schools identified with the greatest need. Nottingham cannot afford to lose these educators. After significant staff turnover last year and additional position cuts ahead, we are at risk of losing more of our strongest teachers, those who serve as leaders in our building and provide critical stability for our students. Our second request was for a community schools designation. BCPS was originally expecting Nottingham to qualify for the 26-27 school year based on 2 years of data similar to Rossville Elementary School. However, we were told we do not qualify due to an average that we believe includes inaccurate data from the start of last school year, when our economically disadvantaged rate was reported at 41%. Our actual numbers rose quickly in the following months to 68% and currently stand at 67% this year. Given that our total enrollment last year changed by fewer than 20 students, a mid-year increase of 449 students qualifying as economically disadvantaged is not plausible. It indicates a data issue. The discrepancy was shared with BCPS and MSDE in February, but to our knowledge, it has not been corrected. Since reviewing the news that Nottingham will not be a designated community school, BCPS has reached out to offer support through collaboration with the facilitators at our feeder schools, every single one of which is a qualifying community school. Additionally, we were offered an EDA stipend for a teacher to help coordinate these efforts. We appreciate these attempts to provide support and will always welcome additional resources. However, this is not a replacement for a full-time community school designation. with a 12-month full-time community school facilitator. Before we shift our focus to accommodating this, our community is asking for the county's support in advocating to correct what we believe is a mistake. We ask that you send a letter to MSDE.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Edwin Perez from the Baltimore County PTA Council. Good evening.
Sorry. One sec. Good evening, everyone. Sorry, my
That's okay.
computer just locked up. 1 second. Sorry. Well, I'll have to speak from my heart then. Good evening, everyone. My name is, good evening, members of the board. Good evening, Chair Lecter. Good evening, Dr. Rogers. My name is Edwin Perez. I'm here representing the Baltimore County PTA Council as both the chair of the Multilingual Community Partnership and the chair of the Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Committee. As you all know, the Baltimore County PTA Council has been supportive of immigrant advocacy in our schools and has been present here at the council many times to promote advocacy and protections, increased protections for our students. We've also been present at the Baltimore County Council meetings as well to support the Community Trust Act as well as the Office of Immigrant Affairs. What we're asking for tonight is to continue this fight for our students who are immigrants in supporting policies now and in the future that will create environments for all of them to be successful and feel safe in our schools. When our students feel the weight and the pressure of not being able to go home to see their families or hearing stories about their friends affected by immigration advocacy, that puts a burden on them. It challenges them when they're in school. They become distracted and they lose a focus that we all know is necessary for our classrooms and to have a safe and effective school environment. We encourage the board tonight to consider, again, creating privacy measures so that our students' information is protected, creating access protections so that any enforcement official that do enter the building are using proper judicial warrants, and lastly, to create, again, a sense of environment that's protective and safe for all of our students, regardless of their status. As you all know, the National PTA Council has a position on immigration advocacy that is based off of Plyler v. Doe, which is essentially that schools are open and accessible to all students, and all students should be safe and feel welcome in our schools. We encourage, again, the Board of Education to follow this policy and to continue providing safe spaces for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next category are unions. And our speaker is Ms. Kelly Olds. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm going to talk about two topics tonight, but I'm really only talking about one, our students, the children of Baltimore County. First, proposed board policy 1250, as I've said before, our role as educators and as a school system is to ensure that children feel safe so that they are ready to learn. It is not to enforce civil immigration law any more than it is to enforce criminal laws. Proposed policy 1250 removes educators from immigration enforcement and ensures that all staff know the basic policy should immigration enforcement agents come to schools. Immigration can be a complex topic, though in this setting, in and around schools, it's pretty simple. We don't believe that it is controversial to say that schools have a job to do, and that job is not immigration enforcement. A policy like this ensures that we can all work together to keep educating our students, the children of our county. On the other topic, which as I said, is really still students, I would like to talk about staffing. We are pleased that County Executive Klausmeyer was able to fund additional resources and save 140 positions. We still face the loss of over 350 positions. And given the time in the school year, BCPS is scrambling to move people around. And there are a lot of questions. We ask the board to help make sure that as this process continues, it is done fairly and transparently, in a way that TABCO and the other unions are kept in a loop on how these hard decisions are being made. And so together, we can limit the harm that is already being done by these massive cuts and moves. Both proposed Board Policy 1250 and our work to reduce the size and impact of these cuts are efforts to protect our students. When students and staff are scared and confused, when their communities inside and outside of the school are being threatened, it is a barrier to student achievement. Let's work together to reduce these impacts, pass Board Policy 1250, and help provide insight over the massive transfer process that is currently happening in the field. Our students call for us to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next category are individual students or citizens, and our first speaker is Sharon Serhoff. Good evening.
Good evening. And on the topic of safety, I'm here to talk about safety in regards to special ed and making appropriate decisions, which include class size. It is inappropriate, for instance, to request more than 3/4 of a year's worth of data to place a student in the appropriate placement when they are leaving a classroom of 28 kids on an average of 10 times a day. That is not FAPE, that is not taking safety involved, and it's not taking learning into consideration. That's what I deal with on a daily basis with some of my clients. Safety also impacts staff. If I have a child or children in my classroom, again, because there's too many in the room, and I'm being hit, bit, kicked, isn't that a safety issue? Why aren't we doing something about that in a timely manner? Why do decisions need a year's worth of data to make a decision? I raised the issue last time I was here of a child who came home with her clothing cut, kindergartner, okay? The parent was not notified. That's unacceptable. But the fact that a child with a disability got a hold of a scissors and it wasn't noticed until she cut her clothes, that's an extreme safety issue. This is not going to be resolved by cutting staff, increasing class size. We need to make more appropriate decisions now. I'm going to raise one other item that I know is not going to be easily solved, but it is also a safety issue with regards to staff with disabilities. I think we need to take a serious look at how buildings are set up. If my parking space is around the corner from the main entrance where the main office is, and I cannot walk steps, or I can't walk that distance, that's a problem. And I think that we need to start taking a real look at how our buildings are set up, because that's also a safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Donald Whitby. Good evening.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Rogers. My name is Donald Whitby, and I'm a proud BCPS alumni, and I've been employed as a secondary school library media specialist for the last 25 years. I would like to take a moment and wish my fellow media specialists a very happy National Library Week, and I invite all board members to visit school libraries to see the impactful work that we are doing with our students. The secondary school LMS position has always been a full-time 1.0 FTE position, and our schedule has always been flexible. Having a flexible schedule is the guidance provided by AASL for secondary schools because LMS are required to provide instruction, collaboration, and support to every student and teacher in the building. This school year, I have taught over 200 classes across all 3 grade levels, and my library is on pace to check out over 5,000 books. The past couple of budget cycles have been very tough for BCPS. Last year, BCPS adopted the practice of removing the secondary school LMS from their full-time role to fill staffing shortages in other content areas and elective courses. This practice is not sustainable for the system to deal with staffing shortages, and it creates inequitable access to library services in our secondary schools for our students and teachers. When a secondary LMS teaches 2 content classes, the LMS is not just added to the schedule. The LMS is also removed from providing instruction, collaboration, and support for every other student and teacher in the building during those fixed periods for the entire school year. Decades of research show that schools with full-time certified librarians have higher reading achievement, stronger literacy outcomes, and higher standardized test scores. Last week, principals were told that all secondary LMS must teach 2 classes next year. This is the exact opposite guidance provided by the board when the motion was approved to restore secondary LMS to full-time. There were no public reports of any cuts to the amended budget by the county executive, so the teaching positions required to be restored by the approved motion should still be funded by reductions made in other areas of the amended budget. BCPS also received an additional $9.3 million from the county executive to restore 140.3 critical school-based positions. This additional funding could have also been used to restore the teaching positions required by the approved motion. Board Policy 6200 clearly states that certified LMS serve a critical role in supporting student achievement. There does not appear to be a lack of funding available to fund the motion that was passed by the board. Instead, it appears there's been a decision made by BCPS to not fund the motion and to fund other priorities of the school system first, which is incongruent with the guidance provided by the board. I respectfully ask the board to provide clarity related to the funding of the motion and to encourage the system to restore the secondary LMS position to full-time. I would like to thank all members of the board for your time and effort in support of our school system and school libraries. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ramona Basillo. Good evening.
Good evening, members of the board. Chairman Lichter, Superintendent Rogers, greetings. I come to you as a community member and also an advocate for service learning. Last January, and really in December, we spoke about service learning. We talked about community service learning as it affects graduating seniors especially, students who have to achieve their service learning hours, make sure they have the academic requirement, and also pass a battery of tests. I'm here because this week is Youth Service Week. We have about 13 students at schools throughout the district participating in service learning projects. The PTA Council established this year a pilot program and a partnership around service learning. With 130 units, we're well positioned as nonprofit to create those opportunities for students. I know there are some people who say, well, service learning is not a concern, service learning is not my business, wait until the students get to high school. I want to share that Maryland is the only and the first state to require service learning as a graduation requirement. Let's be the first to really support our students. We're working very closely with the Office of Family and Community Engagement, with Stacy Wade in the Office of Service Learning. What we want to do is really raise the bar on the importance of service learning. I met a student just the other day who completed all of her hours while in middle school. When she got to high school, which she's now graduating, she was able to focus on her academic grades, and she is going to medical school. What we're saying is service learning is not a nice thing to do. What we're saying is not only is it required by the state and law, I can't drink my water, but you know I lose my voice, it also is something that will provide an ethic of service at middle school and beyond. I'm here, and then in the fall we'll talk again about how we can engage middle school students at an earlier level in service learning so that it would be a lighter lift for our students when they get to high school. And quickly, while I have a couple of minutes, I want to give an update on the cell phone. The ban has happened. It is bell to bell. And in what students said a couple of years ago, just do it. We want to say, just do it. It is the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bash Farone.
Good evening to all. Thank you for the opportunity. As you know, the 449 session has finished in the General Assembly, and half the bills have passed. One of the good delegates that represent Baltimore County reported that she got funds for Ridgely Middle School and for two other schools in the area. One is for digital device, and the other one is digital device to help challenged persons, and the other one for something like a board or so. And it struck me that even though the good delegate, whom I respect and support, is truly trying in her letter to show all of us citizens that she's working for the community. But really for the school system, and I know you already heard that before me, we are short of funds every year for the past 30 years that I have been engaged in the school system. And in addition to that, the effect of the politicians on school policies basically affect and hamper your ability to educate. It diverts your attention. So what I propose to you is to be an activist board. Because in 30 years, since Berger era all the way to Dr. Rogers, it's the same result. You're given penicillin every year and not working. You need to be activist. You need a regime change where you are independent. The county collects education funds and give it to you, no strings attached. The states collect education funds and give it to you, no strings attached. And if you want to build more schools, hire more teachers, your connection is basically with the taxpayer. No middle people. If the taxpayer approve funding 500 positions of teachers, let it be. If they don't, you have to manage. You need a regime change. You keep doing the same thing, and I bet you will hire a new superintendent, and he...
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alice Wesco, or Wisco. Good evening.
Good evening. I thank the board for this opportunity to speak with you on a theme that's been mentioned several times already this evening. I'm a clinical psychologist, retired, and school is a child's first segue into the world beyond the family system. Before they go out, they hit school first. And that experience, should it be traumatic, is going to be with them for the rest of their lives. It will color their view of themselves. It will cover their trust in other people, particularly authority people. It will make them so afraid that they will be anxious for the rest of their lives. A child who is removed from school by ICE is a very scarred child, and that can last their lives unless they have additional support. Seeing a seeing a buddy, someone they ride the school bus with, pulled away from the school by an ICE agent is going to remember that for the rest of their lives. And a brain that is overcome with fear cannot learn. The brain is not available to learn when it is flooded with hormones that come with fear and terror. So not only the child who is removed, but the children who witness it, who hear about it the next day in the classroom. Word travels. That's a serious damage to a child and to all who resonate in that child's community. So I ask you, please, to provide the children with every protection you can possibly come up with, because the effects are profound. And I thank you for taking that into consideration when you set your policies, and hopefully a private space far away from where the children are is essential, and to plan it out and make sure it's rehearsed before it happens, so teachers aren't just out there unrehearsed and suddenly there's something awful happening. So thank you all, and thank you for your concern for our children.
Thank you. Next is public comment on Board Policy 1250, Immigration Enforcement, Access to School Buildings. And our first speaker is Mr. Perez, Edwin Perez. No computer this time.
I'm having some tech issues. I'm sorry, one second. I'm sorry. Good evening, members of the board, Chair Lichter and Superintendent Rogers, Dr. Rogers. My name is Edwin Perez. I stand before you tonight as the chair of the Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee for the Baltimore County PT Council. Every morning, I look into the eyes of my students, I see their dreams, and I feel their anxieties. My work as an educator is rooted in one non-negotiable truth. It's that a child cannot learn in the state of alert. I'm here to support, as part of the BTA Council, the draft of Policy 1250. It recognizes that the safety of immigrant students is not just a legal matter, it is a mental health necessity. Specifically, we want to highlight Standard E by mandating that the counseling office establish the trauma-informed best practices. This board is acknowledging a painful reality. For many of our students in mixed-status families, the fear of family separation is a constant, quiet trauma. Policy without empathy is just bureaucracy. Trauma-informed care is not an elective, but it's a prerequisite for education. Ensuring that our counselors and staff receive quarterly training means that we aren't just reacting to a crisis after it happens, but we are building a shield of professional support around our most vulnerable learners. This also includes the designation of bus stops as non-public spaces, because a student's anxiety doesn't begin at the schoolhouse door, it begins the moment they step onto the sidewalk. While this draft is a significant step forward, particularly with the requirement of judicial warrants, we must be clear that this policy is a floor, not a ceiling. As the landscape of immigrant enforcement shifts, our protections must be prepared to shift with it. I urge the board to view this not as a final document, but as a living framework. We must remain open to the strengthening of these protocols as new challenges arise to ensure that no loophole ever compromises the safety of a Baltimore County student. Ambiguity is an invitation to fear. We must leave no room for ambiguity. In Baltimore County, our diversity is our greatest classroom asset, but we only protect that asset when we provide an environment where every child feels truly seen and truly safe. On behalf of the PTA Council and the committee, I urge you to pass this policy and to remain committed to fortifying it in the years to come. We don't just teach the future, we protect it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Blaylock. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Blaylock, and I am a BCPS parent, as well as a steering committee member for Indivisible Baltimore County. I'm here to support a clear policy for ICE presence on or near school campuses and the provision of Know Your Rights education for staff and families. Indivisible Baltimore County supports We Are CASA, TABCO, the PTA Council, and staff members throughout Baltimore County in calling for this important policy. Ensuring that students and families have access to critical information that protects their rights and supports their ability to learn is good policy. Families in our BCPS community are facing disruptions from ICE that affect children's attendance, focus, and overall well-being in school. Providing structured Know Your Rights education ensures that both families and staff are informed and prepared. It allows teachers and administrators to better support students and maintain a safe, stable learning environment. This kind of educational support strengthens our schools and reinforces trust between families and educators. Adopting a policy that formalizes these protections is a clear, practical step the board can take, one that has been taken by multiple districts throughout the state of Maryland. Indivisible Baltimore County urges you to take this same action. Doing so shows that the safety, stability, and educational success of all students in Baltimore County comes first. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Crisali De Los Santos. Good evening.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members, Superintendent. Before I even start, I just want to say thank you, Ms. Pumphrey, for being a champion for immigrant families. My name is Crisali De Los Santos, and We Are CASA's Baltimore and Central Maryland Director. I am a proud immigrant and now a Baltimore County resident. I am here today in strong support of Policy 1250. At its core, this policy is simple and straightforward, but most important, essential, ensuring that every child in Baltimore County can safely access their education. For many families, fear of immigration enforcement is not abstract. It's real, and it's directly impacting whether a child shows up to school, how they participate in society, and how they learn. This policy makes clear that schools are safe spaces by requiring a judicial warrant for immigration enforcement on school grounds. It protects students from disruption and trauma by prohibiting collection and sharing data on immigration status. It builds trust between families and school by ensuring that staff are trained and equipped with the trauma-informed practices to acknowledge the reality that many students are facing and navigating at this moment. This policy is aligned with the constitutional right to education established by Plyer versus Doe, which affirms that all children, regardless of immigration status, have the right to a public education. We know that when students feel safe, it's easier for them to learn. that when family trust their school, it's easier for them to engage. And when schools are protected from unnecessary enforcement actions, they can focus on what they're meant to do, which is educate. We've had a great year here in Maryland and Baltimore County, passing legislation to support students. And students, young people from Baltimore County have really been in the forefront of delivering the Trust Act to Baltimore County residents, but also participating in state-level advocacy, as it is with the Maryland Values Act of 2026, which strengthened the protections for student limited immigration enforcement in schools and reinforces that schools should and must maintain a safe space for children. This is the moment for Baltimore County's Board of Education to step up and do the same, and other districts around the region have already done so in a really progressive way. I encourage you guys to look at those policies, especially in Montgomery County and Prince George's County. This is not just about the policy, it's the livelihood of our students and what they're going through on an everyday basis. And I can assure you, as someone who has been trained to deal with this situation, every time that I have to sit down with a family member to go through them of what their options are, it's really heartbreaking.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ivan Guevara. Or Evan. Oh. Come on. Tell me how you say your first name.
Evan.
Evan. Okay. Hi, Evan.
Okay. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Evan. I am a student at Featherbed Lane Elementary School in Baltimore County, and I am a member of We Are Casa. I am 10 years old. I don't understand all the rules and politics you are talking about, but I do understand when something makes me feel safe or scared. School is a place where I feel safe. It is a place where I learn, I play with my friends, and where my teachers help me. At home, sometimes I hear about what ICE is doing to our families like mine. I see my family feeling scared, and it makes me scared too. But when I am at school, I don't want to be scared. I want to draw, paint, and play soccer without thinking about the bad things that are happening outside. I want to learn and get good grades so I can grow up and become somebody in the future. And I want all my friends to feel safe and happy at school too. Thank you for helping to make schools a place where kids like me can learn without fear. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for speaking. Thank you, Evan. You did a great job speaking. Our next speaker is Bash Farone.
Madam Speaker, it's not really fair. I speak
Well,
after the chair.
maybe you'll be influenced by our youngest.
All right, so policy 1250, I have no issue in you stressing the safety and the welcoming feeling for all students. This is not my issue. I came to Baltimore 52 years ago, legal immigrants on Alitalia, but everyone in this country, all of us are illegal in a way. From Columbus all the way, we came here, really. This wasn't really our land, it was Native American land. But that's really beyond the point. The policy has two grammar errors and has one or two descriptions I sent you by email yesterday that are vague. If you are trying to protect the undocumented or illegal residents, then the policy needs to be much clearer and certainly not have any grammar errors, because lawyers will thrive on it on both sides. So why am I here? I honestly don't think it will make a difference whether you have this policy or not in relation to the illegal resident. But what it does, and that's really my fear, it opens the eyes of the big bear 50 miles away from here. You've seen what happened in Minnesota. You've seen a lot of horrible things. Grizzly bears are not fuzzy, are not cute. They are dangerous. I think you are inviting troubles by doing it. And I know you say, and others say, we want the school to protect our kids. You mean the 5 police officers we have today are going to stand against ICE? Or the 176 SROs are going to stand against ICE if they come in? I mean, come on. You cannot fight the federal government. That's our government, like it or not. If you don't like it, work on it to be changed in September. Work on it. The school cannot really not cooperate with ICE on federal issue. It's not really your position. Your position is education. You need to focus on education.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wilmer Menjaver. Good evening.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Wilmer. I am a student at Woodlawn High School in Baltimore County and a member of We Are Casa. I am here to tell you about my own experience as a Baltimore County student from an immigrant family. Every morning when I walk to school, I try to focus on my classes, my goals, and my future, but it's not always easy. Sometimes I am filled with worries that people around me don't see. I worry about my family and what could happen to them. I worry that someone I love could be detained and deported, just like what happened to my uncle last year. I feel worried, but I keep going, because for me, my education is my opportunity to follow my dreams. I want to keep studying so I can one day become a pilot. For me, school is more than a place to learn. It's a place where I can feel at peace, where I can be myself without fear, and where I can breathe and focus on who I want to become. Knowing there are people working to protect the students from ICE means more than I can express. It gives me hope and it makes me feel like we are not alone. I just want the same things any student wants, to graduate and to make my family proud. I don't want fear to be a part of my education. And I ask you to think about us, the students who are trying to make progress, even while our families are being separated. We are not just numbers or statistics. We are young people with dreams, goals, and so much to give. Thank you for listening to me and considering what this means for students like me.
Thank you for speaking.
Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Doris Lopez.
Does this work as well? I'm going to be translating.
I believe it does. Is that mic on also? Go ahead.
Hola, buenas noches, señores miembros. Mi nombre es Doris López, soy miembro de We Are Casa. Como madre de un estudiante en el condado de Baltimore, hoy quiero expresar lo que siento desde lo más profundo de mi corazón.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Doris Lopez. I'm a member of We Are CASA. As a mother of a student in Baltimore County, I want to share with you what I feel from the depths of my heart.
Cuando escucho sobre políticas como estas, no pienso en documentos ni en leyes. Pienso en mi hijo, pienso en sus sueños, en su sonrisa al salir de la escuela, en la tranquilidad que yo necesito sentir al dejarlo cada mañana, sabiendo que está en un lugar seguro.
When I hear about policies like the one being discussed tonight, I don't think about documents or laws. I think about my son. I think about his dreams, his smile when he goes to school, and the peace that I need to feel when I drop him off every morning, knowing that he is in a safe place.
Para muchas familias como la mía, la escuela no es solo un lugar de aprendizaje, es un refugio, un espacio donde nuestros hijos pueden crecer sin miedo, donde pueden ser ellos mismos sin sentirse señalados por su origen o el estatus migratorio de su familia.
For families like mine, school is not simply a place of learning. It is a refuge, a space where our children can grow without fear, where they can be themselves without feeling judged because of where they come from or their family's immigration status.
Saber que existen esfuerzos para protegerlos, para respetar su dignidad y para garantizar que todos los niños tengan acceso a una educación segura me llena de esperanza.
Knowing there are efforts to protect them, to respect their dignity, and to ensure that every child has access to a safe education is an absolute necessity for me to have hope.
Como madre, lo único que deseo es que mi hijo tenga las mismas oportunidades que cualquier otro niño, aprender a ser amigos, sentirse aceptado y construir un futuro mejor.
As a mother, all I want for my child is to have the same opportunities as any other child, to learn, to make friends, to feel accepted, and to build a better future.
Nadie debería vivir con el temor de que su educación se vea interrumpida por situaciones fuera de control.
No child should have to live with the fear that their education could be disrupted by circumstances beyond their control.
Agradezco profundamente los pasos que están tomando las escuelas públicas del condado de Baltimore para crear un ambiente más humano, más justo y más compasivo dentro de nuestras escuelas.
I'm grateful for the steps that Baltimore County Public Schools is beginning to take to create a more humane, fair, and compassionate environment in our schools.
Porque cuando protegemos a nuestros niños, estamos protegiendo el futuro de toda nuestra comunidad. Espero que sigan trabajando para proteger a los niños inmigrantes y a todos los niños en las escuelas.
Because when we protect our children, we are protecting the future of our entire community. I ask you to please continue to work very hard to pass more measures to protect our immigrant children and all children in the school system.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Grace Smith. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, board members and chairperson and superintendent. My name's Grace Smith, and I'm a Baltimore County educator. And I'm also here to speak in favor of the board policy 1250. And I'm definitely not going to say anything that hasn't already been said, and I certainly couldn't say it better, particularly than the young people that have had the courage to testify today. But I just want to express my gratitude that within that policy, there's requirements for training, because it's really important that the adults in the building actually understand what the policy is and what the procedures are in order to be able to actually competently and quickly protect their students. And I also just want to reiterate this idea that this really is a beginning step. Because there are certain places that haven't really been protected in that policy that are a part of the daily life of every single student and family that is a member of the Baltimore County Schools community, especially bus stops, and then thinking through things like field trips, like sports games, like all the things that all of our students need to be a part of to belong and to succeed in school and beyond. And then I'm just going to end with like an anecdote, which I don't know, maybe I should say or not, but a friend of mine was at a protest against the ICE detention center in downtown Baltimore, which I'm sure you've all heard about the conditions there. And there were some people who work for ICE driving by, and they yell out the window, "ICE sucks, but the paycheck is good." So I think that when we're making this kind of policy that protects our students, and our students are immigrant students or students from mixed status families, we're also sending a message to all the students about morals and ethics that are really important, and that kids need to hear that. So thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Weisco, did you want to speak on this policy again? Ms. Weisco? Did you want to speak on this policy again? You signed up. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Next on our agenda is the superintendent's, whoops, nope, I think. Oh, yes, next on the agenda is superintendent's report, and for that I call on Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Lichter, members of the Board of Education. I do have a video to share with the community this evening, but before that, I would like to make a few brief comments. First, I would like to speak to all of our community members that are here, in particular advocating on behalf of Policy 1250. Especially to Evan and Wilmer who spoke. Thank you for being brave and being courageous to share with us directly what your experiences are, what your dreams are, and what you wonder and worry about. Thank you for trusting us to let us know what it is you expect from us as adults. We have spent the last year observing and monitoring the impact on our students in our schools. We have spent the last year speaking to lawmakers in Annapolis across the state of Maryland, as well as the State Board of Education, explaining what the realities are for our students and the impacts. And so I am looking forward to the next steps of the Board of Education on your behalf with regards to Policy 1250, but wanted to thank you on behalf of the school system for coming out everyone, but especially our young people coming out to speak to us. Moving forward, I did want to share a follow-up from the communication that we sent last week as County Executive Klossmeyer did unveil her proposed budget. As was shared throughout the budget season, we started last fall sharing with the whole community that we anticipated another tough budget deliberations. Over the last 3 years, I have personally spent more than 100 hours in advocacy on behalf of Team BCPS at both the state and local government levels to make sure that we retain as many resources as possible and we mitigate any impacts of cuts that move forward. But it's important for us to share that any request, every single request that we make is just that to our funding partners. As you know, that I shared widely, we were expecting 2% above MOE. With the county executive's announcement, we received 4.5% above MOE. That's almost $45 million above what is required. We know that it is not, thank you. We know that it is not everything, but we are appreciative that she worked hard with us. But when you receive funding from a funding partner, it's important for us to remind everyone, in the same way that funds come with strings attached for monitoring, funds also are prescriptive. And so I just want to make it very clear. If someone goes to Budget 101, you can see the requests that was made. The request for secondary library media specialist was detailed in the request that was made to our county executive. When we received the extra funding, because there were a limited amount of funds, priorities had to be decided. What was loudest and clearest to all members of Team BCPS, coming from parents, coming from students, coming from teachers, coming from TABCO, coming from the Board of Education, was what could we do to mitigate the impact of these staffing ratios. And so County Executive Klossmeyer, with an additional $15 million of flexibility from the Spending Affordability Committee, spent the majority of that funding on the school system. When she spent the majority of that funding, it detailed what we were to use it for. It was for class sizes to keep them the same at elementary level. It was also for the increased cost of pension that just came from Annapolis, for us to address that in the school system, not have to address that, and for increased health care costs. And so I wanted to make that sure, make that clear to all of the community members that were listening, that we did receive additional funds. We are extremely appreciative to the partnership with the county executive for her coming forward and helping to save many classroom positions, but with limited funds at all levels. She had to make certain decisions, and we respect those decisions. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody had that information. And with that, as I shared, I think the team is ready. We do have a video thanking our staff for the work that they have done throughout Team BCPS for the last 3 years. And so if the team is ready, please play the video.
Each day, more than 20,000 dedicated BCPS staff members work to teach, support, and provide services to 108,000 students and families. Our diverse and talented workforce is the heart of our school system. The collective efforts and collaboration of our entire staff across schools, central office, and operations have led to the substantial improvements and notable gains in student performance. BCPS staff do it all, from providing safe transportation and delicious hot meals, beautifying school grounds and keeping our facilities in top shape, delivering engaging, high-quality instruction and providing critical wraparound services and supports, to developing curriculum, monitoring data, and fostering safe and welcoming schools, and so much more. A system as large as BCPS cannot function in fast-forward achievement for all students without its staff working together, driven by a shared vision.
Team BCPS, I am truly grateful for each and every one of you. I have thoroughly enjoyed the work that we have done together on behalf of students, everyone who works from operations to the schoolhouse and everyone in between. It has truly taken all of you to move BCPS forward, and I want to absolutely wish you the best and let you know that you are amazing and know that you are well positioned to continue to move the 108,000 students forward.
Team BCPS staff are incredibly special. We recognize and thank you for your relentless efforts to build a world-class school system that we can be proud of. Your work is making a difference in the lives of our students and their families.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Yes.
I have an item for public comment if Superintendent Rogers is finished.
You have an item for public comment?
Yes, in response to public comment received this evening, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the board ask Dr. Rogers to immediately take all actions necessary to support the designation of Nottingham Middle School a low-performing school and a community school by no later than July 1st, 2026, in order for resources to be available to students for the 2026-2027 school year.
Is there a second to Ms. Hen's motion?
Second, Dominowski.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion, Ms. Hen?
Yes. In addition to the public comment we heard this evening, I've received numerous feedback from both staff and families that these designations are critically important for resources for this school, particularly after the school opened and since, due to the feeder patterns that students incoming to Nottingham Middle had available to them prior to the school's opening. So in order for continuity of services and supports, these two designations are critically important to provide the necessary resources for this school. So I ask for your support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Do you want to respond?
This is Board Member Frimpong. I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Frimpong.
Thank you. Because this has come up before, I know the young lady had come and spoken to us before, and when we've had some conversation about it, I remember asking the question, we were told we had to wait a certain amount of time. So has that certain amount of time gone by, and it's just a matter of the data needs to be submitted for this particular school?
Do you want to respond, Dr. Rogers?
Thank you, Ms. Frimpong. The certain amount of time from the state has not yet elapsed, but I do want to bring to the public's attention and to Ms. Hen, your attention regarding this motion, factual information that I have been provided from the team. The first is in regards to the community schools. The state of Maryland identifies a designation and parameters whereby a school system can meet that expectation. There was a concern that the data being used was not accurate. Both Ms. Forrester as well as Ms. Stansberry reviewed all of the data, and they were with Dr. Molnex today at Nottingham Middle School, verified that the data that they have is accurate, and the information being reported was not accurate, and we must comply with what the state requirements are for designation. In reference to requesting to be identified as a low-performing school, the Department of Schools and Title I staff have both worked together to put a plan of supports in place after consultation with the state about the next best steps. We also have inquired about an exception from the state, and that was denied by MSDE. We can forward that communication to the Board of Education.
Ms. Dominowski?
I just wondered if Dr. Grimm would be able to come up and answer questions. I remember this topic was brought up about the data for community schools and what was needed, and there was like prior data for a school, an existing school, but at a new school, the data wasn't required. I just would like some clarifications on that, because I don't remember exactly what he said.
Okay. Is that okay? So, Ms. Dominowski, your question is?
Could you just clarify again, what are the requirements to be designated a community school for because Nottingham is technically a new school, but it was coming from the feeder pattern of Golden Ring. Thank you. I want to say Marley Station. I don't know why, but from Golden Ring. And I remember you saying that if it's a new school, it was the data requirement for going back was different from, say, an existing school.
So I can't speak to the community schools piece. I've never answered questions regarding community school status. That would need to come from Ms. Stansberry or Ms. Forster. The topic that I did speak on was there were questions regarding Nottingham's status, and what I shared was that the state requires 2 years worth of data to make their review. So they need 2 years of existing data as a new school number. So when you have a new school like Nottingham, the state assigns them a new number under that name, and they get 2 years worth of data in order to do that. That's different than when you redistrict, or you have the same school with a different number. So, for example, the Golden Rings school number and designation by MSD is different than Nottingham's. I think it's also important that while Nottingham did take much if not all of Golden Ring's catchment. I'd have to go back and look. There were other neighborhoods that were included in Nottingham as well, and that's where their enrollment had increased, and that would impact their data. I can't sit here and say whether that was positively or negatively in any way, if it added more students that were economically disadvantaged or in any other subcategory.
To follow up, so your statement is that it requires 2 years of data for a new school to be designated a community school, and that is
No, I did not say that. I did not say, I said I cannot answer questions about community schools. That's what I said. What I said was that Ms. Forrester and Ms. Stansberry are the ones that answered any questions. What I said was that the state, MSDE, requires 2 years of data for them to say that a school is designated as a low-performing school. There are different designations. Community school designation is different than low-performing school designation. Low-performing school designation requires 2 years of data by the Maryland State Department of Education.
okay. Thank you. I'll go back and review that meeting. I just remember
Please.
I remember the conversation differently. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Ms. Henn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, and these actions may have already been taken, and thank you to Dr. Rogers for sharing that information. The intent of my motion is simply to ask BCPS to support moving Nottingham Middle toward these two designations. And if those actions have been taken, great. It is a continuous process, as Dr. Grimm seemed to indicate in what he shared and what Dr. Rogers shared. So if they can't meet these two designations now, that's understandable, but the goal of my motion is to continue to support the process and moving them towards getting these resources. So I would ask for the board to support this motion and that we continue to receive updates on the progress towards moving them forward. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I'll reread my motion again to add clarity to that.
Okay,
And
can you
then
hold the
ask-
reread for 1 second and let Dr. Rogers respond, and I'll come back.
Of course.
Yes. Okay, so a few things that I'd like to share with the community. As the school does not have the data, they don't have the 3-year average, the 2 years worth of data that they have, the actual percentage is 51%. The state threshold is 55%. Golden Ring was only 800 students. Nottingham is about 1,300 students, so 500 students makes a significant impact on the service groups. I also want it to be clear that the follow-up on the community schools is one ticket that I took back personally and spoke with Ms. Forrester, who followed up with MSDE personally. And so our inquiry and our support of infusing resources to the school is noted at MSDE. As I shared earlier, I am happy to provide a copy of the communication to all of the Board of Education members and what their response was. I just want it to be very clear what the data is and what the changes were. If we move from 800 students to 850, it would be a reasonable assumption that the state should not have to wait. But when you have 500 students and you can't speak to what are all the service groups that they represent, that has an impact. And the exact numbers that the team just shared with me while I was sitting up here is that the threshold is 55%. And with the 1,300 students, the school is at 51%. And this is the state threshold. This is not a decision that Baltimore County Public Schools or any of the other school systems can make independently. So just want to make sure that that is clear and on the record.
Go ahead, Ms. Henn.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers, and thank you for that data. I'm not sure how current the data are that you're receiving from staff. I'm assuming it's the latest. As of today, or how recent or how frequently that data those data are updated, that we should be monitoring this. And I appreciate your shared sense of urgency in moving Nottingham towards receiving the resources they need. I would continue to want to move forward with my motion so that we can monitor this actively, and as new data become available, we can revisit this with MSDE and ask for consideration should those data points move favorably towards securing their resources. So, Madam Chair, with your permission, I would ask for a vote on my motion.
Can you repeat the motion?
Absolutely. In response to public comment received this evening, I move that the board ask Dr. Rogers to immediately take all actions necessary to support the designation of Nottingham Middle School a low-performing school and a community school by no later than July 1st, 2026, in order for resources to be available to students for the 2026-2027 school year.
Thank you. Okay, discussion. Mr. Young, did you have your hand up?
I had one.
We had a second already, I believe, correct? Okay,
Yes.
okay, go ahead, discussion.
I was just going to ask if Ms. Hen could put it in the chat so we could review it.
Absolutely, Mr. Young.
Thank you. Ms. Dominowski, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I'm sorry, what was the economically disadvantaged percentage that you said?
The required threshold by the state is 55%. The most recent data for Nottingham is they are at 51%.
This could be wrong. I'm just looking at Maryland State Report Card's website on Nottingham Middle, and it says economically disadvantaged students is 67.7%.
What they use is the October 31st direct certification counts and September 30 enrollment counts. So I don't know the source that you're using, what it is using, but what is used across the state are the numbers that I just shared. October 31st, direct certification count, so that deals with free and reduced meals, and the official September 30th enrollment count.
I'm just going off MSD's website, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. McMillian? Or
You got a question?
Go ahead.
I'm just curious, for future reference, when we voted on the name of the school, if we'd have voted on Golden Ring Middle as the name for Nottingham, would those numbers have carried over, and would they be a community school right now?
The name part and the number is one thing. I think the enrollment part, if you added 500 more students, wouldn't the effect be the same in terms of community school?
So again, Ms. Stansberry or Ms. Forster would have to speak to the community school designation. As Dr. Rogers said earlier, because the boundaries changed, the school number may stay the same. Okay, it may, if it was designated as a replacement school. I don't know the state's rule if it would need to be at the same site or a different site. That's something I'd have to go back and research with the strategic planning team. I believe it could stay the same number. Community school designations happen, I believe, year to year. In terms of the low performing status, again, there's 2 years worth of data that would be needed for that. If it would have continued on as Golden Ring, it may have qualified if the state allowed it to be the same number.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Mr. McMillian, I do want to share with you and with the community that annually we have schools that go on and off the Title I list based on the enrollment and the students that are there. The same premise is true for community schools, so they would have looked at all of the students that are in the school. If it stayed at 800 students, or like I said, 50 more students, maybe that wasn't a big of a deal. Adding 500 students, they would have looked at the data.
Dr. Rogers, that's the same with low performing status as well. It's year to year. It just, a school needs 2 years of data for them to consider that status. For MSD's normal process to consider that status.
Thank you. Ms. Pumphrey?
I just want to clarify, a request for exception was put in. Was that what you said? Okay. And so I'm just looking at Ms. Hen's motion, and based on the motion, I feel that if everything has already been done, this doesn't really disqualify that. It just would mean no other steps need to be taken. But we're still following the data to see if anything additional can be done to make sure that the students in the school, honestly, that's what I'm thinking about, the students who are in high need and low achieving, get all the support that they need from us as much as we can provide. I know that it's based on state numbers. I understand all of that, but I don't think it hurts to keep an eye on this and to make sure we're doing everything we can to make sure these students are supported.
Thank you. Mr. McMillian?
And I think another piece of that is the nationally certified teachers. I mean, if they, right now, I don't, my understanding is that they're not going to receive that extra money because the school has not been designated as, is that
So they'll
accurate?
receive 10,000 extra per year anywhere you are, as long as you're national board certified. If you're in a low performing school, on top of that 10,000, you receive an additional 7,000 per year.
Thank
So
you.
it's the difference between 10 and 17.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other comments? Let me just check Teams for a second. Ms. Frempong?
Thank you. I just want to clarify, is this saying that all of the actions to support will be completed by July 1st, or that the school is going to have a designation of either a low-performing school and a community school by July 1st?
Ms. Hen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Frempong, for the question. This is to say that all actions necessary to support the designation will be completed by no later than July 1st. And to add on to what Ms. Pumphrey was saying, I agree. It sounds like the actions have been taken, so it is important to monitor it and just dot our I's and cross our T's and keep an eye on the data so that if anything changes, we're prepared to move quickly. Does that answer your question, Ms. Frempong?
It does. So then would you actually amend that then, please? Because we spoke about the monitoring piece. So
Sure,
would you have some language to include the monitoring?
Let's see what.
Would you like to make a motion to amend the motion? And I'll hand it back to Madam Chair.
Madam Chair is reading what you wrote in the chat. So, Ms. Frempong, are you asking to amend Ms. Hen's motion?
Yeah, so just making a piece about the monitoring. So then if it's, because this is that the actions necessary are going to be taken then no later than July 1st. So then I guess at the beginning of the school year, we could have an update and then potentially mid-year, et cetera. Or if this is done, I guess at a, I don't know, I'm talking through, I'm just talking out loud. Because this is actually done on an annual basis, then we should basically have an update at the beginning of this upcoming school year in 2026, 2027.
Well, when,
So we would,
when are the designations for 26, 27 made? They've already been made. Who's a community school for 26, 27? So, right, so that's already been done, which is why they're here, I believe, why they're here tonight, because they were not put on the 26, 27 list. Ms. Frempong.
so then we, okay, thank you. So then we would need to have an update after the new data has been received so that we know what the new data is, and then I guess have a better understanding then of whether they meet the criteria for a low performing school or a community school, and if not, and/or, because we want them to have both designations. But if not, then what, again, supports can be provided to help the school and the students that are in need at this particular school.
Right. So I guess the newest data we'd get would be September 30th enrollment, October 31st enrollment. Right. So but as far as the monitoring, that would be placing this on agenda items to keep us informed, correct? That's what you were saying. Ms. Hen,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So
more
do you
just
want
like an
that
update.
amended, or are you telling right now me as chair, make sure that we keep updates coming on a continual basis? Do you want to change the wording or, amend it, or do you want it just to make sure that we put it on future agendas?
We need to make sure that we put it on future agendas then.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion on the motion that Ms. Hen has put into the chat? Okay, let me just check. Okay, then may I have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Gover?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now, okay, I think we're on chair's report. Okay, so, wait a second. Let me get that. All right, so I also like to concur with what Dr. Rogers said about everyone who came to speak tonight. Many of you are still here on policy 1250. We really appreciate your heartfelt comments, so thank you for being here. As Dr. Rogers discussed, County Executive Klausmeyer presented her FY27 proposed budget last week, and we're grateful that she has proposed funding the system above the MOE, which is the minimum amount county government is required to fund. The FY27 budget proposal recommends an overall 4.5% increase over that MOE. It does include $9.3 million in additional funding for BCPS to restore critical school-based positions, as well as $5.4 million above the board's proposed budget to support increased health care and pension expenses. We regret that the amendment passed by the board during that 224 meeting that would eliminate the secondary LMS's teaching of 2 class periods was not included in the CE's proposed budget. However, we do very much appreciate the additional support proposed for BCPS and thank County Executive Klausmeyer for her continued partnership and support. At this point, the County Council will now review the proposed budget and take action on it in late May. Our Champions for Children's event will take place next Thursday, where we'll recognize our exceptional and hardworking staff. We're excited to celebrate the Teacher of the Year, Principal of the Year, and Assistant Principal of the Year, selected through a thorough nomination and selection process involving staff, students, families, and community members. Many other Team BCPS staff members will also be honored. Congratulations to all of the teachers who have been individually nominated by their schools, and thank you for everything you do to help our students succeed. One of Dr. Rogers' priorities has been to provide high-quality, consistent professional development to improve teaching and learning. The ongoing implementation of research for better teaching has provided staff with systemic, coherent, and research-based professional development. During my recent visits to schools, I have observed evidence of this professional learning in practice in classrooms. The strategic and deliberate rollout that began with executive directors and progressed through school-based administrators and ultimately reaching classroom teachers has ensured that the delivery of a consistent message of best practices. It was supported by ongoing follow-up by administrators and other support staff. Principals commented to me that they considered this training to be the most effective PD they have participated in quite some time. I extend my appreciation to all who contributed to the selection, the procurement, the design, and implementation of this professional development for our system, and I look forward to seeing the continued application of this new learning into everyday teaching. As far as the superintendent search update, this evening, the board will seek approval to engage a national search firm to facilitate the selection of our next superintendent. Upon approval of the contract, the board will then begin discussions with the search firm to start that selection process. Updates will be provided to the public through the BCPS website and through the monthly chair's report. And next is our student member of the board's report, and for that I ask Ms. Ogumbe.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, members of the board, staff, families, and the BCPS community. Over the past month, I've been consistently working with the Baltimore County Student Councils, where we've hosted multiple events and continue building strong opportunities for student involvement. One of the most exciting developments has been the selection of our new BCSD leadership team. Watching this new group of student leaders step into their roles has been incredibly inspiring, and I'm confident they'll bring fresh ideas, energy, and commitment to strengthening student voice across Baltimore County. On March 25th, we hosted our Student Resources and Wellness Seminar, which focused on connecting students with important supports and continuing conversations around student well-being. Students heard from Mrs. Castor, our coordinator of school counseling from the Department of Student Support and Services, and Mr. Hopkins, a school counselor, who explained to unfamiliar students how students can utilize Zello, our new platform, even outside of their senior year. In addition, we recently recorded and published our official Student Member of the Board Q&A, where our 2 finalists answered questions submitted directly by BCPS students. As a reminder, voting will take place on April 23rd, and any BCPS middle or high school student is eligible to vote. I strongly encourage all eligible students to participate in this process. More information can be found on the BCPS website. We also recently held another in-person Board of Selected Students meeting, this time bringing students together from the central area. These meetings continue to be a powerful space for students to share their perspectives. Lastly, I would like to applaud the community members who showed up today in support of Policy 1250, especially my fellow students. Your advocacy and passion for our community is truly inspiring and is exactly why sitting on this dais is so important to me. Thank you to Ms. Pumphrey for spearheading this policy and the rest of the Policy Review Committee that I had the privilege of working alongside for your work and commitment towards protecting BCPS students and families. Overall, this past month has been a reflection of continued progress in strengthening student leadership, increasing access to resources, and creating spaces where student voices can be heard and valued. Thank you to every student, stakeholder, decision maker, and educator who continues to speak up, engage, and contribute to making our school system stronger.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is unfinished business, consideration of the Central Area Administrative Review boundary recommendations, and for that I call Dr. Grimm and Ms. Appler.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, members of the board. We're here this evening for the board's decision on the Central Area boundary review process as shared with the board on March the 24th.
Thank you. So may I have a motion to accept the Central Area Administrative Review boundary recommendation as presented?
So moved, Ms. Henn.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Dugumbe.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay. Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is unfinished business board policies. This is the second reader for these policies, and for that, I call on Ms. Christina Pumphrey, Chair of the Policy Review Committee.
Thank you. Members of the board, the Policy Review Committee asks that the board accept the committee's recommendation to amend the following board policies. Board Policy 2361, distribution of non-school materials. Board Policy 5000, students. Board Policy 6800, field trips and foreign travel study programs. These policies are presented to you on tonight's agenda as Exhibits J1 through J3.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Board members, are there any separations requested of those three policies? Okay, 1 second. Okay. May I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the Board's Policy Review Committee for Board Policies 2361, 5000, and 6800?
So moved, Ms. Henn.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Is there any discussion? Okay. You always surprise me. Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is action taken in closed session, and for that I call on Mr. Burns. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Dr. Rogers, member of the board. This evening, the board took action on Appeal HEA 26-019, and now would be an appropriate time for you to affirm that action.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. May I have a motion to approve the action taken in closed session on hearing examiner case HEA 26-0016 and authorize Ms. Gover to sign for those board members not physically present?
Madam Chair, clarification.
Yes.
I believe Mr. Burns said 0019. You said 0016.
It's 0016. 0016.
We have two. You're right. That's 0016 is correct. Thank you.
Good catch here, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Okay. So may I, where are we? Okay. Do I have a motion for HEA 26-0016?
So move Young.
So moved, Stileski.
Thank you. Mr. Young made the first motion. Ms. Stileski has the second. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young? Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the action taken during oral argument on hearing examiner's case HEA 26-019 and authorize Ms. Gover to sign for those board members not physically present?
So move Young.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Hen.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Abstain.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
right.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you, Michelle.
Burns. Okay, here we go. The next item on the agenda is new business, report on board policies. This is the first reader for this policy, and for that I call Ms. Christina Pumphrey, Chair of the Policy Review Committee.
Thank you. Members of the board, the Policy Review Committee asks that the board accept this report of the committee's recommendation on the proposed new board policy 1250, immigration enforcement, access to school buildings. This policy is presented to you on tonight's agenda as Exhibits L1.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. May I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the Board's Policy Review Committee for Board Policy 1250?
So moved, Ogumbe.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Is there any discussion? Ms. Pumphrey?
I have a motion to amend. I put it in the chat, and then when you're ready, I can read it.
We're ready.
Motion to amend Policy 1250 by striking the words quarterly basis in Section 2E, lines 7 and 8, and inserting the words yearly basis, period. Employees and contractual workers who are hired after said training has occurred will be trained as part of the onboarding process. And in Section 2E, line 15, by striking the words per quarter and inserting the words per year, period, counselors who are hired after said training has occurred will be trained as part of the onboarding process.
Is there a second to Ms. Pumphrey's motion?
Second, Stoleski.
Thank you, Ms. Lusky. Ms. Pumphrey, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, I'm making the amendment based upon other training that happens in our school system. It still leaves it broad enough as far as giving, because it says at least a yearly basis. It still gives the system the ability to train more often if they deem it necessary, but keeps it in line with training that we already have as a system.
Thank you. Any other discussion on her amended motion to amend? It's in the chat for board members. Let me check Teams. Okay. I don't see anybody with their hand up. So may we have a roll call vote on the amended motion? On the motion to amend. Ms. Hen?
Just to clarify, we're voting on the motion to amend.
The
not
motion to
amended
amend. The
motion.
motion to amend that is stated by Ms. Pumphrey.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
So now we're going back to the original motion, correct? As amended. Right. Any further, Mr. Young?
I just had a question, and it's mainly related to the title because it says access to school buildings, but yet inside of the policy we define non-public spaces such as bus stops. So what was the rationale for just making it access to school buildings instead of something more generic?
Go ahead, Ms. Pumphrey.
The only way I can speak to that is that when the policy was presented to staff to help formulate the wording, I didn't have a name, and I requested that they suggest a name, and that was their suggestion based on the policy analysis.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Ms. Pumphrey?
Just a comment.
Yes.
A couple comments. First, I wanted to thank Evan and Wilmer. You know way more than us adults know, so thank you so much for coming and speaking tonight. I want to make it clear that we're talking about children. Sorry, I'm getting choked up. We're talking about children who do not get to choose where they are born, children who don't get to choose where they live or where they move. We're not fighting the federal government. We don't have, I agree with Dr. Furham, we don't have the ability to fight the federal government. This does not go against what the federal government says. As a matter of fact, we are actually in line with Supreme Court ruling that requires us that makes us obligated to educate children regardless of immigration status. All of our children should be made to feel welcome in school. We have an obligation to not only under the federal government, but I believe a moral obligation to make sure that those students are educated and feel safe and especially feel welcomed in our school. All students still feel welcome in our school. I think that this is the time where we need to put politics aside and make a decision that makes all of our children feel welcome and safe. We currently have a resolution in place to support this initiative, and this policy aligns with the resolution to make our procedures when dealing with immigration enforcement more concrete and will especially assure consistency throughout all schools. Regarding the training portion, there were questions at the equity committee meeting that I posed regarding how our staff members are trained, and the response was that principals were trained. But I believe that if a masked ICE agent arrives at the school, at the front door of a school, it could be a frightening experience for staff members who are also opening the doors to those people, whether or not they can open the doors. So we need our front office staff also to be trained to make sure they are comfortable with how they should respond and how they should legally respond. We now know the impact that immigration enforcement has had on our students. We've recently received our monthly report regarding multilingual learners, regarding attendance, which confirms the impact this is having on our students. So I've been trying to get this policy passed for a year now, and I just think that we have no more time to delay to get this passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Any further discussion, Ms. Henn?
Thank you. So I had some concerns about the legality, and this does not mean that I'm not sensitive to the concerns or care about the concerns raised this evening. I had asked in committee whether or not this policy had been reviewed by General Counsel, Board Counsel, and Baltimore County Council. One specific concern I have is the language under 3B, non-public spaces, reads all areas of BCPS property, including bus stops, are designated as non-public spaces. One is the convention that refers to BCPS property as board property. There are several instances of BCPS where I believe standard convention should refer to that as board property, but I question whether or not we can refer to bus stops as board property, as they are not board property. They are public property or privately owned property versus board property. So my one concern is 3B, and whether or not we can do that within our policy, as they are not board property, and designate them as non-public spaces. So I don't know if Ms. Pumphrey received advice from General Counsel. I know that General Counsel reviewed this, but that's one specific concern I have about the language. And my second concern is that the policy language itself does not seem to adhere to conventions for board policies.
Ms. Pumphrey?
I can say that before or when this policy was presented to staff for review to help us formulate the wording, I did request that General Counsel review the policy and provide their input, and their input went into writing the policy as it stands, with the exception of the amendments that we made.
Thank you. Ms. Domanowski?
I just wanted to follow. This is the first reader, correct?
Yes.
So if we pass this, it would still go back and for review, and more changes could be made, or could there be more input from General Counsel to review and make sure all of our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed?
If I believe I'm correct, and Mr. Burns can chime in on this. If it passes first reader, we can request that it be reviewed again by General Counsel.
Thank you.
I concur.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Hen?
I would move to amend the motion on the floor. May we have that motion read again, or I can make my amendment without that motion. I would move to amend it by adding a review by board council if we accept the recommendation of the policy committee.
So we had the first motion, then we have a motion to amend, which we already passed, and we have not yet.
So we have a motion, we now have a motion as amended on the floor. We passed the motion to amend. Now we have a motion to accept the recommendation
Right.
of
So
the
what it-
policy committee. I move to amend that motion, which would be a second.
Okay, and what is your motion to amend? What would it
I-
state?
My motion to amend would be, and ask board council to review the policy and bring recommendations to the board.
So you're adding that on to the original motion?
Correct.
Can I don't know what to amend, but could we add to the end of that, or would you agree to adding to the end of that prior to second reader? I don't know if that's necessary, but.
I would add prior to second reader, sure.
Did you say board council, or did you say
Board
staff?
council,
Board council.
correct. And I can put that in the chat.
Okay. Is there a second to Ms. Hen's?
Second, Dominowski.
Thank you. Do you want to further discuss it, or right, any further discussion on the amended motion? Okay, so is everybody straight on what the amended motion they're about to vote on is?
Be read again for the record, Chair Lichter.
Yes,
Of course.
could be read again. So,
Chair, I put it in the chat as well.
okay. So you put the ending or the whole thing in the chat?
I put the ending in the chat.
Okay, so I'm going to read the beginning. So it was, may I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the Board's Policy Review Committee for Board Policy 1250 and ask Board Council to review the policy prior to second reader and bring recommendations to the full board. Any further discussion? We had a second, correct? Right. Okay, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young? Sorry?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Stileski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
No.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Favor is 6.
Okay, so that did not pass. So we're back to the original motion as amended. Okay, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stileski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes, yes, yes.
Ms. Lichter?
You only get one vote. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so that passed. So, and I'd like to thank Ms. Pumphrey for her leadership and the Policy and Review Committee members. I believe that's Ms. Hen and Ms. Ongambe and Ms. Stileski. And am I missing one? Nope. I'd like to thank you for your participation. I know
Ms.
this has been.
Frempong.
I'm sorry, what? Ms.
And Ms.
Frempong.
Frempong.
And Ms. Frempong.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
and Ms. Frempong. I'd like to thank you all for your hard work on this and your continued efforts to bring it tonight. So thank you. And if you all want to applaud one more time, go for it. All right, now is when you are going to get up and leave, right? It's okay. All right, let me see where we are. Okay, the next item on the agenda is new business, special project request, and for that I call on Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones is going to talk about trees after this, right?
Good evening, Board Chair Lichter, Superintendent Rogers, and members of the board. I bring before you today for your consideration the 7330 special project for the Maiden Choice School tree planting. In collaboration with Patapsco Heritage Greenway, Maiden Choice would like to plant 15 trees on the school grounds to create a tree canopy that will reduce the heat index in the play areas. The planting proposes 3 planting areas. As was stated, 15 trees will be planted throughout the planting areas. The proposed tree selections and locations on the planting plans are strategically located to offer the students and staff shading upon the height and canopy spread of each tree species. The amount for the donation for this project is $32,807.70. It's anticipated that the planting would occur during this time in the spring. Funding and support has been provided, as was stated, by Patapsco Heritage and under and through an urban tree grant. At this time, we are seeking board approval for the 7330 planting project at Maiden Choice.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. May I have a motion to accept the school project request for the Maiden Choice School tree planting as presented in Exhibit M?
So move Pumphrey.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Hen.
Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
you.
thanks to the funder for the trees. Oh, go ahead.
A small edit for the record, the amount of the donation is $13,807.70. Accidentally, it says $32,000. I just want that for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry about
No worries.
It's
I
okay.
didn't want the funder to change their
that.
mind.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you for that correction.
You added 20,000 onto there. Okay.
Thank you,
It's all
Dr. Rogers.
good. All right. The next item on the agenda is contract awards, and for that I call on Mr. Young, Chair of the Buildings and Contracts Committee.
Members of the board's Building and Contracts Committee met on Monday, April 20th, 2026. Items N1 through N20 were forwarded to the full board for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Board members, are there any separations? Okay, 1 second. Let me check our teams. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve items N1 through N20?
So moved, Ms. Hen.
Thank you, Ms. Hen. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Any discussion? Mr. McMillian.
On my computer screen, there's a little lock next to the contract. Is that going to be released at some point, or is anybody else seeing that lock?
Refresh.
It's real live changes. You're good? Okay, any other discussion? Ms. Hen?
I have a question, just a question.
That's okay.
On the Perry Hall track contract. Given the scope increase, I just wanted to know if the schedule will change or if it's still on schedule for completion by the fall.
Okay, we look like we're getting...
Good evening.
Good evening. So on that particular contract, once the contractors started to dig into the soil, they discovered that additional work was necessary. I believe it's still on track for this. If the board passes it, we're on schedule still for this summer, right?
Financial part that you're approving today is definitely out. We are waiting, getting a priority review from the county. It went from a resurfacing project to a replacement project, but we've dealt with the permitting offices already, and it's almost like a we're going to be taking the soil out in kind. So we can't start construction yet, but we're waiting for it. But the director approved the priority review. So we're going to do everything we can to get it, get it back on track for the completion this summer.
Okay. Do we know the duration? I mean, in terms of what is involved with the full replacement versus the resurfacing? If it was originally scheduled for completion by the start of school, and now that we're looking at a complete
we're hoping
replacement.
without having the start of construction after the permit. But we're assuming that we're going to be getting it very soon, and then we're still for the start of school. We're going to do everything we can do to try to expedite the work.
The concern is with fall sports, and those are the questions I'm getting from the
Certainly,
community.
it's possible it will be on track. We should have more information.
Very soon.
Yeah,
We've
that
been,
we could have more information next month. We can do a follow-up to the board. That's not a problem.
Perfect. Thank you. And if
Thank you. Any other questions, Ms. Dominowski?
Yes, I just had a question about N14, direct control of heating and air conditioning services continued. What is that? What do you mean by direct control in the contract? It says the contract modification will provide for the continued direct digital control of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning devices. Okay.
So this is part of our building automation systems. So depending on the type of heating and cooling systems that we do have, we have sensors in many of our buildings, not all of our buildings. They help us open and close certain dampers and other systems within the building remotely. They help us to do it on site remotely through the use of computers and to diagnose when there's issues. So this particular contract gives us the opportunity to continue that work to extend the contract.
Is there a reason why they're not in all of them? And with this direct control, are you able to actually, like, say it's unseasonably warm or unseasonably cold? Can you change the heating and the air conditioning to make it more comfortable in those buildings where these sensors are?
In some of them, yes. The reason why it's not in all of our buildings is because some of the heating and cooling systems we have are incompatible with this type of technology. They're so old.
Yeah.
It's not practicable for us to outfit all of our schoolhouses with this type of technology. Sometimes the technology gives us a warning or an indicator and we can fix it remotely. Sometimes it gives the technicians additional data that they need on site to regulate the temperatures from one space to another.
This is just for a future presentation. If we could get an update on how many of schools do not have this technology and what are, as far as getting them their upgraded systems so that we can install this and all of our schools can be directly.
The way that the old ones were all done with pneumatics, which was air that would do things that the DDC, it's an industry standard of the electronic ones.
So there isn't any plan to upgrade to any school buildings to get so that all of them can be this way?
No. So there's some systems that are incompatible. The technology's not compatible with the type of controls, with the type of heating or cooling controls. So, for example, we have, not to get too deep in the weeds, we have some heating systems that are completely oil. We have others that are thermal. Depending on what the technology is and how new the systems are, some can be controlled remotely. Others are controlled by manual turning of valves. They're controlled through pistons. They're controlled simply on site. Do we still have any old ammonia systems? We've got all kinds of different technology throughout the school system. So it would be feasibly impractical to update our oldest systems with some of the newer technology. A good example is Delaney. Delaney's heating and cooling system is incompatible with this type of technology. That's obviously being solved by a new building. As we upgrade mechanical and electrical systems within buildings, sometimes it's feasible for us to do this work at that time. But all of these things work together. Whether it's mechanical, electrical, plumbing, they all work together. So it's just not possible to upgrade them.
I'm just wondering if we could get a list of the high at-risk schools that are not going to be getting an update anytime soon, whether because of their buildings are sold, there's no plans to upgrade their electric or their AC, HVAC. We live in Maryland. The weather, you get 4 seasons in 1 month. It's just there's got to be some. I'm just wondering if some of these schools that got so much heat were excruciating hot last week, and they couldn't turn the air conditioning on.
So,
And
just to speak to that, and I'm sorry, not to cut you off, Ms. Domanowski,
Okay.
the all of the boilers in all of our schools were turned off prior to last week. We actually turned them off earlier than we had communicated out. Our team made sure that they were taking a look at the forecast. They were doing their homework ahead of time. They worked over the spring break to make sure that that happened. There's a period in time in every heating and cooling season where there's actually no heating or cooling happening in the schoolhouse because there's a conversion that has to occur. As Mr. Welsh shared last night in Building and Contracts, the same pipes that carry water in excess of 140 degrees for heating are carrying 40 degree water to do the cooling. If we're not very careful about how we convert that process, make sure that all of our lines are properly bled with air so that there's no water in them, we risk bursting those pipes. So it is a multi-day process. It's very unlike our home systems where we can essentially turn off one system, turn off our furnace, and turn on our air conditioners. It's a multi-step process that takes us several days to convert, and that is if everything goes to order. So there is always a period of time, any fall, any spring, where there's actually no heating or cooling that's happening in the building at that time. We're relying on Mother Nature and outside temperatures to help us regulate the buildings, and we use damper and outside air, as Ms. Lazari said.
when do you start this process? I'm just, if there's no, when it's just turned off completely, do we start this in spring break when there's no students in the buildings at all?
We begin monitoring this process in March. We begin looking at the weather forecast several weeks out. There's a period of time in which we look typically in all the month of April and in early May, what would be the best, based on the forecasting, what would be the best conversion period, knowing that we need 2 to 3 weeks to do so. And then we identify that time. This year, we actually identified a time, and we moved it up earlier once the forecast changed and the temperatures were going to be warmer than what was forecasted.
So just last follow-up, when did we start this year?
This year, we were scheduled to start on April the 17th. We actually started on April I believe it was the 2nd, which was the Thursday that students were gone from spring break. We started much earlier in some of our schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions about the contracts? Let me just check teams. Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Domanowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Abstain.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey? Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
We had 7, correct? We had 8. Okay, thank you. I meant at least 7. All right. The next item on the agenda is the consideration of the annual budget appropriation transfer and supplemental appropriation. And for that, I call on Dr. Grimm and Mr. Tantliff. Good evening.
Good evening again. Good evening. Chair Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, members of the board. We are here this evening for the board's approval of a general fund budget appropriation transfer and a supplemental appropriation. A budget appropriation transfer, or BAT, is an administrative function that is requested every year. As you know, we plan to request a FY26 supplemental appropriation last year following board approval of additional compensation for staff. Board approval is the first step in the county approval process. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tantliff.
Thank you. This year's BAT totals $26.5 million, and the supplemental appropriation equals $10.54 million. The BCPS budget consists of 13 separate appropriation by activities prescribed by the Maryland State Department of Education, MSDE. Transfer of funds between activities requires approval from the Board of Ed and the County Council. This annual budget appropriation transfer will realign funds by category with planned and projected year-end expenses. Funds are available due to savings in salary expenditures, delay in bringing substitutes back to in-house management, and use of grant funding. The proposed transfers are necessary to implement the FY 2026 operating plan, continue implementation of the new Oracle ERP system, continue the teacher substitute contract through 2026 year-end, and cover special education expense shortfalls. Because BCPS carries no contingency budget, the only way to manage unanticipated expenses during the year is via amendment to the budget, and as stated previously, this is an annual administrative function. A supplemental appropriation of $10.54 million is required to fund final FY 2026 bargaining compensation agreed to following budget adoption and the conclusion of impasse with TABCO, as previously shared with the board. The source of the supplemental funding is an additional $2.74 million to match final state revenue above the adopted budget and $7.81 million of fund balance. This fund balance usage is consistent with the figures shown during multiple presentations for the FY 2027 budget process. We'll now take any questions you may have.
Ms. Hen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Tantliff.
Good evening.
My question is regarding the decrease in instructional salaries of $13,693,000 for the deferral of teacher substitute in-house management. Can you speak to that? Is that bringing those substitutes back from Kelly and in-house and making them BCPS employees? Is that this
Sure.
increased cost?
Sure. Our original plan was mid-year this year to switch over from Kelly Services and bring them in-house, but we decided in the interest of just having gone live with the Oracle payroll system and the amount of work to bring several thousand employees in-house, it made more sense to push that conversion over to the beginning of FY 2027. So those funds were originally budgeted as salaries because we directly pay substitutes, and we simply moved that money over to the contractual line to match where we had the budget for Kelly Services. So half of the year was planned in contractual, half subs, and we simply needed to move the money from salaries over to contractual to finish the year out with Kelly Services.
Okay, but wouldn't that be offset then by an increase, the increase and decrease? Wouldn't those
It was.
offset with contractual?
Yes.
So how did we end up with a decrease in salary?
It went down in salaries and up in contractual.
Contractual, so that's what the BAT is requesting for that,
Yes.
that move?
Correct.
Not, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, let me just check Teams. Nope. Okay. So may I have a motion to approve the annual budget appropriation transfer? We're doing them separately. So the first one is the annual budget appropriation transfer as presented.
So move Young.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Stoleski.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Hen?
No.
Ms. Frempong?
She left.
She left.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski?
No.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
No.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Favor is 5.
Okay. Can I ask a question? What happens when it's not approved?
Sure. So this is the first step in the process, both for the BAT and the supplemental. Then it has to go to the county council. By not on the BAT side of the house, it's required to stay on budget. So without passing the BAT, which is simply an administrative recognition of the funds we have spent and are going to spend. We will go over budget in certain activities. We would likely fail our annual audit. I don't know if there's legal ramifications, and it will also cause the county to, in aggregate, not be able to be in budget for their ACFR and year-end for audit purposes. So it's unprecedented territory. We haven't done it. There's likely several unintended consequences we would need to research, but it would need to pass tonight in order to stay on track for the county's schedule for both the BAT and the supplemental.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McMillian?
Mr. Tatleff, if you went back to your group and you re-crunched these numbers, is there a possibility that you could come up with a different solution that you could present to us next meeting?
I don't understand why we'd come up with a different solution. We're simply moving money from activities where we're going to underspend to activities where we're projected to overspend. The Kelly Services was a very good example that Ms. Henn brought up. I mean, I don't know what difference, this is a solution that works. I don't know why we would, what different solution we could come up with.
Okay,
I mean, someone would have to say why they would want a different solution and what that would be trying to accomplish. This is strictly an administrative action.
Well, the accomplishment, it would seem, would, present something to us that we would vote in favor of.
But if you wouldn't vote in favor of this, what would change to make you vote in favor? I don't know what there is in this that people voted against.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Dominowski?
I just was reviewing some of our budget line, our BATs and our supplements, and I just would like to see more details, because what we get here and then what is actualized through the budget line transfer over the year doesn't look exactly the same as far as department-wise, where the money was coming from and where it's going. There's some things that definitely line up, but some things don't always. If we could get a line-by-line detailed, just a more detailed budget line items as far as like transfer here for this, transfer here for this, instead of just a summary, would be more helpful for me to make a decision.
Well, the two things I would say is we started up the budget line transfer report again, as the board requested during the budget process. We also provided you with the budget line transfer through Q3, which is when we stopped doing budget line transfers. So if you looked at the sum of all those hundreds of line items on those reports, those would support the budget appropriation transfer. The only way to reasonably do it in an understandable format is to summarize it like this. And we're giving you in broad strokes where we're under budget and where we're over budget, and what we propose to the board in order to solve that problem. If I give you a list of thousands of transactions, will that inform your decisions? We have provided that at the board's request, but I'm not sure going through each of those line items. Some might be $50, $100, $1,000. There's some big things, there's some very small things. But as we go through the year and all the offices, all the schools are doing transfers, the sum of all those can be resolved through the budget line transfer process or the BAT process tonight.
I would also just add that the format in which we provided here is consistent with what we provide to the county in their reporting forms. It's not quite the same form, but it's very similar in terms of a summary to them as well.
And this is the same format that we've provided every year for this vote.
I appreciate that. I'm just asking for maybe something a little bit different, where we could see the department and line numbers, where they're coming from and where they're going. It's just easier to match that up. I'm not asking for, $1 here and $1 there, like the big budget items. But we're saying your condensing one department and this is where the cost savings is coming from. This is directly what it's going to go to. I want to make sure that the dollars that you say or we say are going to instructional educators, or it just is it's going where it's supposed to be going, and it's not going to another department and filtering through a different way.
I'd just like to also mention, nothing we're talking about here impacts how we're spending our money. What we're talking about is adjustments to the budget. So the budget lines up with our expenditures so that we don't go over. And the aggregate budget, again, is not changing at all. We're only talking about by each of the MSD categories, we can't, at a very micro level, we can't go over budget in any activity to stay in compliance. We'd also be in violation of the county code if we're not in balance by the end of the year. So we're not changing expenditures, we're simply moving the budget lines around. And we're describing in the document what we're moving from and what we're moving to in, I feel like, a fairly clear fashion.
So, Mr. Manowski, on the chart that's got the blue lines, are you looking at that chart? So there is a FY26 BCPS quarterly budget line transfer report for third quarter link under executive content. Because when I look at that, it sounds like what you're asking for. So I wanted to ask, what on that document would you want added?
That's the problem. I didn't realize there was a link, and it wasn't just. Has this been?
Yeah,
again, that's a similar report to what you saw during the budget process, just updated through.
Yeah, we just don't
quarter.
get to see it anymore because we don't have a budget committee to go through the questions. That's all. I just didn't see it till just now.
Okay, but when you look at it now, is this showing you what you're trying to ask for?
I just wish I'd seen it before I could make a decision. That's all. And
But
I would have.
It's been on here.
I'm not saying it wasn't
Okay.
posted. It's just not posted the way things usually are. It's usually an attachment, not a link. So I just wasn't immediately. Okay. It's a linked attachment, but it's not an actual like file or presentation like the other two are. Is what I'm saying. Like
Okay.
the first.
That's fine. I just want to make sure you saw it.
Different. I
Okay.
see it now.
Okay.
I just didn't go down that far because I saw those two and figured those were the two things we needed to look at.
Okay. I think somebody else had their hand up.
It was me, but I was going to bring the same thing.
Okay.
Because it's under executive content, and
Right.
they're two separate things, so I think that was the issue.
May I add one thing?
Yes.
Also, Ms. Henn, Ms. Dominowski, if you look at, the summary increases by category on the BAT, although there's a sum of all these small transactions that require it, we're able to grab a couple of big things and describe what we're reducing and what we're increasing. So if you just simply ignored all the transactions in the budget line transfer report, these handful of things cause us to have to do the BAT.
Ms. Lichter, do we answer your question?
Whoops. I was going to ask for explanation on that chart because I wasn't sure I was understanding it based on Ms. Dominowski's question, but I think I do. That's what this is showing. It's showing where it was and where it was moved, where it would be moved to if we approve it. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm going back to your original question about implications.
Oh,
Did we
implications.
answer your
Yeah,
question?
What I got from that is it's not good.
That's a good summary.
Okay. Mr. Young.
Mr. Tatliff, when we look at like the BAT, you have that increase section, the decrease section. For example, other instructional costs is an increase of 19 million. I'm assuming it's not as simple as saying, well, we're not going to spend this money.
The truth of the matter is, again, let's talk about the Kelly example, which is by far the biggest item on here. We will pay Kelly Services for services rendered, and we will spend roughly what we're projecting, certainly not to the penny, And the BAT gives us a cushion because there is uncertainty in spending and it's a big budget. We make sure the BAT leaves us a cushion in every activity. But we will pay Kelly Services. We're legally obligated to pay for those services. We will pay for the ERP project as the work progresses. So we are legally obligated to perform this spending. And again, the budget appropriation transfer lines the budget up with the expenditures as we project them. This is, again, the same as we do every year, and the county goes through the exact same process for their budget.
I just want to add, thank you for that, Mr. Tantliff. I would just like to add, Mr. Young, that the spend is all within the spend authority that has been approved by the board. So none of these expenditures
Spending.
are outside the authority that's already been granted by the board to spend on any particular contract.
Mr.
Thank you.
McMillian?
Mr. Tantliff, if you took this third quarter report, this quarterly budget line transfer report, and updated it to the, April 21st or whatever, and then brought that back to us, would that give us more information in order to make our decision? More accurate information?
Well, the budget line transfer report in front of you.
BLTs, right?
Yeah, the budget line, the BLT report goes through the final budget line transfers that occurred this year. We cut them off at the end of February normally. So the sum of the two reports counts all the transactions, but I think I mentioned it before, and Ms. Nguyen, tell me if I'm wrong. I think you were trying to say this. If you think of all the small transactions we make through the year, they sort of offset, and if you just focus on these large transactions, these cause us to have to do the BAT. These handful of transactions that we fully describe on here, these are single budgets in single places that we're talking about here. Kelly Services, the ERP project, special ed, et cetera. So we do boil it down into, I think a handful of reasonable expenses and a reasonable number of sources of revenue.
So, Mr. McMillian, there wouldn't be budget line transfer items on any additional report since these are inclusive up through this fiscal year.
So I'd like to ask if there's anyone who voted no willing to make a motion to reconsider. I cannot make it because I voted yes. So after hearing the additional information and clarity, is there anybody who voted no who is willing to make a motion to reconsider? Yes, Mr. Manassi?
I'm sorry, I'm probably out of time, but just another question. So the 13.7 million that's coming from Kelly Services, in the BLT, it's tell me I just did not delete it. Okay, no. It's going from school-based salaries to the Department of Recruitment and Staffing. Then where does it go?
To miscellaneous contracted services.
We have the salaries for the substitutes are budgeted under schools.
Right.
So if we had brought the subs in-house, we would have paid them, they're contractual employees, but we would have paid them out of our payroll system,
Right.
along with all teacher salaries and our big bucket of school salaries. Now we move it over to contractual. Human Resources, working with the budget office, approves all of those invoices. So they send a detailed invoice in every week. HR goes through it, and then budget goes through it. We code those invoices, and then we pay Kelly Services. So that's in contractual services, where the substitute salaries are in, with teacher salaries and all the other school salaries.
But this says you're making us, your in-house deferment of management deferred by Kelly Services of 13.7 million. So it's not, you're saying it's going back to Kelly Services for contracting substitute teachers? I'm confused.
It was, we had it budgeted to pay for subs in-house. We're not doing that this year. We're doing it next year. So now we just need to move that money into the contractual bucket where we have Kelly Services budgeted, since they'll be working for an extra half year.
Since the substitutes are paid through Kelly Services and not through the school system, we can't pay Kelly Services in the current account that they're in. So yeah, we just need to move the money from one account to another as designated by MSDE accounting.
Right, but we have it going over, I guess, to other instructional costs for under that, like 19 million, according to the BAT.
Correct.
But we don't know I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
It's one line item. It's one budget to pay Kelly Services.
when?
If I could interrupt and
you-
just try it a different way. So at the end of the day, and I'm just giving a round number, let's say we had 20 million planned. The way that we had budgeted for this school was 10 million was going to be paying directly to Kelly Services. They were going to pay the subs for us. And then in January, the subs were going to come here, and we were going to, through payroll, pay them. Because all of the subs are staying with Kelly Services all year long, this request is to, if it was two $10 million pots, to take that second 10 million that we had for the school system and put it with Kelly Services. There's not a dollar changing. It's still 20 million. It's still going to substitutes. The difference is who pays them. And what the team is communicating is this is an annual requirement that all of our numbers are aligned. We impact the county government's budget, as you know, and this is, step one of it. The BLT report that is in blue now, there's no additional information because that has been cut off for the whole entire school system. And those numbers line up. And I think Mr. Tantliff was trying to say more eloquently than me that the BAT is necessary because there are a few specific line items that carry a very big dollar amount. And I see you shaking your head. Thank you.
So other instructional costs include substitutes as a teacher. Like that's not a substitute is not an instructional.
It's because
salary.
it's a contract. It falls into other instructional. That's where the contracts are
So it would not be
mandate. It's an MSD mandate. Definition.
Just want to confirm. So a substitute would not be considered an instructional salary.
No, because we don't pay them directly. If they're in-house, they would be. If we were paying them, but we are paying Kelly Services, we're not paying the subs. Kelly Services is paying the subs.
Right.
So it's not our employee. That's why it's not
We're in-housing our
instructional
own.
salaries.
So we're no longer in housing
This
substitutes.
has been for several years. We've been in the Kelly Services contract, and we'll be.
Yeah.
It's simply where MSD requires instructional salaries are directly paid employees in the schoolhouse. We don't pay the contractual employees. We pay a contract. The contract covers their expenses, and they pay the subs.
We have not terminated our contract with Kelly Services, is what you're saying.
They're continuing through the end of this year, and next fiscal year, HR will be bringing them back in-house.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sen.
Yes. So in addition to the 13.6 million, almost 13.7 million decrease for instructional salaries that we know are related to Kelly, we've covered that. The remaining portion, the 7.3 million in salary savings, is that mapped somewhere on our BAT exhibit that we can tell where that is going in terms of transfer? Because I can't map that to its corresponding increase. And maybe it's across categories as easily as you can see, like you said, Mr. Tantliff, that's the 21. It's easy to see Kelly contractual to in-house and to see that map. But the 7.3 in salary savings, where my hesitation is in approving this, is being able to see where that salary savings was spent. By looking at this, I can't tell.
The sum of, think of it this way, if you're looking at this document with a little more detailed,
The BLT?
yeah, where it's got all the activities listed, the sum of the decreases equal the sum of the increases.
Got it.
So we're using these sources, just, it's not going dollar for dollar from point A to point B. Kelly Services does for the most part, but mostly what we are doing is we need to cover a certain amount of shortfalls in different activities, which is the increases by category. Activity 1, 5, and 6 the budget needs to increase. And you can see that on the other sheet. You can see where they're going up. So we needed to get a bucket of money. We needed to identify where we had overages and a cushion that we could move over to the other side of the ledger where we're going to be over budget. So we don't move it exactly from point A to point B. We get those dollars together, we get enough, and then you can see where we're moving them to.
And that's what would be helpful to see, is where we are over budget to, is it ERP? And I'm going to pick on ERP for a minute, because that's an area of concern when we are being asked to increase spend authority. And I know you said we're well within it, so I'm not suggesting we're not. But when we talk about overspending, I'd like to see that in this, because if we're covering that with salary savings and we're not hiring teachers, but yet we're overspending in some areas, I'd like to be able to see that before I approve the transfer.
Because I thought I did, and now I'm not sure. So what I'm looking at, like, the Kelly Services is too even for us to kind of look at. But when I look at early childhood programs on the chart with the blue, it says that we decreased 3,000 that we budgeted for classroom supplies. So the early childhood office thought they needed it. They didn't spend 3,000 for classroom supplies, but they do need more money for mileage for their early childhood specialist. But they needed 3,200. So you took 3,000 from their classroom supplies plus 200 that print shop didn't use, and you gave it to early specialist mileage. So I'm seeing that where it left was that they didn't use classroom supplies, but what they needed was more mileage. And so you made the swap. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
Yes.
So the decreases and increases are on here.
So there are in the budget, in the BLT that you're looking at, that's those small. Sometimes it's within the office. Sometimes it's within the
you took
department.
200 more from another office.
That is correct, and they're transferring line by line. Okay. What the BAT is intended to do is to rebalance in those big buckets, as Mr. Tantliff said, to make some alignment. So, Ms. Henn, you brought up ERP. One of the expenses in FY26, for example, in ERP was there was money set aside last year for ERP in fiscal year 2025. During the course of time, AST was bought by IBM. The way our invoicing worked, those invoices we had to close out 2025. The money that was set aside for that went back into the general fund. That started us behind in 2026. So we are paying invoices already that we had from essentially from the end of 2025 because of the name change in 2026. So that accounts for a few $1 million of ERP, for example. So sometimes it's as Mr. Tantliff said, it's just aligning the books. Again, it's not asking for additional spend authority. We're within the authority we've requested from the board. It's just to counter for some of those kinds of issues.
Mr. McMillian.
I move that we vote again.
Is there a second? Say that again? To be right. Motion to reconsider. Is that what you want to?
Yes.
Now, procedurally, can somebody who voted yes second it, or it still has to be? Anyway, okay. Is there a second?
Second, Young.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Mr. Young?
I would urge my colleagues to vote yes on this. The data is here, and based upon what Mr. Tantliff said, the money is going to be spent. We just want to ensure that our books line up properly.
Thank you. Any further discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Henn?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
No.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes. Tell me I added wrong and it's not just 6.
6 is the favor.
Okay. We're not finished. May I have a motion to approve the there's 2 of them, right? Wait a second. May I have a motion to approve the annual supplemental budget appropriation as presented?
So move Young.
Do I have a second?
Second, Tagumbe.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the supplemental budget appropriation? Ms. Dominowski?
I just have a question as to, and I'm sure this is a dumb question, but why do we need the supplemental and the BAT? Why aren't they incorporated together?
The supplement will actually increase the
Right,
budget.
I mean, I
The
know.
bat just moved, well, that's why, though. The supplement increases the spending authority that the board and the council give us. So we're going to spend $10.5 million more this year because of the salary increases that were approved after impasse.
And they couldn't be budgeted into, I understand it's increasing this, but
It was after budget adoption, and it's a pretty significant expense. Yes, so we feel like we need to increase the budget to cover, some of it we covered by moving expenditures around during the process post-adoption, but we feel like we need to increase the budget by the $10.5 million. And as a reminder, any of the money that might not get spent falls into fund balance at year end. So we're not going to spend more money because of this. We're going to continue spending what we've already agreed to, what are in the salary scales, what we're paying our employees through year end.
is there any anticipated salary that you won't, because we had 7 million instructional salary that we didn't end up using, that we were able to transfer. Are we expecting to have any kind of additional salary that we don't need for?
As we've discussed, a number of times, we finish year end under budget because we have to, but it's only 2 or 3% of our total budget, a very small amount. Anything we underspend falls into fund balance, and then the board is able to reuse it in out years to fund items in the budget.
So we're not funding any vacant positions with this, is what I'm asking right now,
We're supporting what we're projecting our year-end expenditures and salaries to be.
in real time?
I'm not sure what you mean in real time, but we set the bat a couple months ago. So based on where we thought our expenditures would fall, we did 2 separate things, and we are increasing the budget to support the additional expense that was agreed to for salaries after the budget was locked and adopted. Separately, we're doing the BAT to line everything up. We didn't want to merge the 2 things because then it would be more confusing. So we're trying to keep them clean and separate. And again, anything we don't spend will just go back into fund balance. We're not going to spend any more money because of this.
No, I understand what you're saying. What I'm trying to get down to is, so the instructional salary increase that we need to this supplement is about $5.26 million. Is that according to salaries that were funded that maybe we didn't already, because we had we had vacancies, we over budgeted for salaries. Is this taking that number into account or the current number of instructional salaries into account?
We're taking into account what we project our expenditures will be for the year in both of these documents. We're not trying to come in, $1 under budget. We're trying to comfortably come in under budget. We were able to cover almost half of the projected expenses that were agreed to through other reductions that were implemented at the beginning of the year. So we feel like this is a conservative, reasonable proposal.
What's somebody else at? Mr. Young.
So, Mr. Tantliff, I think the question that Ms. Dominowski is trying to ask is that the $5 million that we are supplementing instructional salaries with is based upon paying our current employees, the current number of teachers or those who fall in that category. It's based on that current number that we have, not based upon what the number of teachers we expected to have.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on the supplemental document? Ms. Zaleski, I saw you wrote a comment in the chat. Would you like to discuss your comment? Okay. While we're waiting for Ms. Zaleski to come back, when were these due to county government?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. 1 second, Ms. Zaleski. 1 second. Ms. Zaleski, 1 second, please.
The council votes on June 1st. The council has their work session the week before that. Tomorrow is the county executive's work session. So there's more steps in the process in the county, but tomorrow, everyone who will be going to the June 1st council meeting will essentially get vetted by the CE staff tomorrow, get feedback, answer questions, et cetera. And then once we get through there, it'll go to the council work session, which is, as I mentioned, the last week in May.
So these documents were supposed to be approved and go tomorrow? Ideally?
Yes. I mean, if it was a few days later than that, it might, we'd have to check with them on their process. So they have the draft documents, which they know are not approved. So I don't know when the absolute drop dead would be. We'd have to ask them. It would certainly be sometime in advance of when the council receive all of their documents for that board, for that council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Zaleski, do you want to talk to what you wrote in the chat?
Yes, thank you. I also didn't see the document that Ms. Dominowski was looking for. So that was just the only thought, was given that some other board members have some requests for information, and if it's appropriate, we could certainly, plan for a revote at our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was trying to find out the timeliness of the approval. Go ahead, Mr. McMillian.
Is there any way that we could vote before the next meeting? Could we have a special
I don't think we
get-together?
can. I think we have to have has to be done in open meetings.
Okay.
But I'm still confused about what additional information we're asking, unless you or know what. Okay.
No, I would want to know what
Right.
additional
What
information board
right.
members would like.
Is it time or additional information, Ms. Henn?
I have a follow-up question to Ms. Dominowski's question on salary
Okay.
savings.
Go ahead.
It would be clear to me, and I know what you were saying, Mr. Tantliff, about how you kept the BAT and the supplemental separate, but because there were salary savings of 7.3, it's unclear why we're still asking for a supplemental of 5.2 when we had savings of 7.3 in instructional salaries.
Well, then the BAT would be short that 7.3, and the supplemental would go into the same bucket.
So
I mean, we
what is
use
the problem with
in
that?
In the example you were just asking about, instructional salaries, we took $21 million, right? So
Right, 13.7.
21 million, and I'm on the BAT.
Yes.
Okay.
So
So
am
I'm
I.
saying, I think I'm So the instructional salaries had 7.3 million in salary savings came out of instructional salaries to help support other instructional costs, right? If we don't do that, so we don't take it out, which is what you're asking about, we don't reduce instructional salaries by the 7.3 million, we would need to find 7.3 million more to support all the increases on the top. So you could not put the money in instructional salaries in the supplement. You could take 7.3 million of the supplement and put it in other instructional costs, but in the end, every budget in every activity is the same. You're just moving things around, but in the end, we're going to go up by this much in each of the activities. The sources can vary, so when we put this together, I'm just making this up. Instructional salaries, maybe we could have, instead of doing 21, we could have done 20, and we could have done 3.2 of mid-level. We're looking at every activity. We're trying to leave a comfortable cushion by year end because our expenses, they vary. There's several months left in the year. And then we're moving enough money to cover where we believe there are shortfalls. Instructional salaries, we could just move the 14 million, but then 7 million would just move from the supplement. Instead of going into salaries, it would go into activity 5. I mean, in the end, the same, it's not, again, none of this is impacting how we're going to spend or what we're going to spend. It's simply making sure the activity budgets that are short have enough money. So we could swap that out, but I don't think it would change anything.
It's the movement across categories that is confusing, because what makes sense when I'm thinking about this is that the supplement is to ask for what we need, which would be if we anticipate our expenses for salaries being 5.2 and we saved 7.3, then we would have that, and we would ask for supplement in another category and not in salaries. And we would ask for that in the category where there was overspending, because then we would need to make that up through the supplement.
I
But
mean,
maybe I'm thinking too logically about this.
You could change, but again, there would just be that much more excess in instructional salaries. It's not changing how we're going to spend the money. The reason we did it this way, I'll just mention again, was because the supplement was to support the compensation increases. So we thought a logical way to do it would be the supplements for the salaries. Let's apply these to salaries, just proportional to how much salaries are in each activity. Then we separately looked at, okay, where are we short and where do we have excess, and move that. So we could move it from different things to different places, but in the end, none of the spending will change. The budget by activity, the ones that are increases, those are going to be the same no matter what. Those activities are going to be the same amount of money in the end because they're short. We can source it a little different, but in the end, there's no practical impact from that, because anything we underspend will drop into fund balance at year end anyway.
Thank you. My request would be to receive a detailed request. So the summary of increases, we know that is fixed. These are the items that require the increases. What I am hearing are some concerns about how the fiscal team has identified the summary of decreases by category. Is there a preference to identify some different categories? And if so, it's not likely that you can do that on the spot. I would ask, today is Tuesday, that by Thursday or by Friday, if that information is shared with us, and we can plan for the next meeting.
Right. So my question is, can we do this again on our May 5th meeting, or do we need a special meeting next week? So that's why I was asking about the timing of when you need.
We'll check with the county tomorrow if that will meet their needs.
Ms. Dominowski?
I just have one request that I know I would like to make, because by having the excess in salary savings, we in effect could have fully funded our increased salaries for all of our instructional staff, and that was, I would like to switch that, like that would have been confirmed. We wouldn't have needed the extension because we had the salary instructional savings, and I want that to be reflected in the BAT as opposed to the supplement. That way,
Can you say that again?
I would like to make the change as far as the salary savings of the 7.6 million that we had.
Do it without moving that in the BAT.
I would like the instructional salaries to be included in the BAT, because we had the money to fund those salaries fully without needing an extension for a supplemental budget. And I would like it to be reflective in the BAT as opposed to the supplement.
The reverse. I think you want it out of
Oh,
the
am I doing the
supplement.
rever-
You want out of the supplement. You don't want us to add the money into the supplement.
No, I want to take, did I say it that way? I'm sorry. Yes, correct. I would like to take it out of the supplement and put it into the BAT. The instructional salaries the increase of the 5.26 million that we need to fully fund our instructional, that we asked for because we thought we were going to need it, I would like that to be moved into the BAT, and because we have the instructional salary savings there already. And that should be, I would like to see the reflection in.
So, if I understand what you're saying, so on the decrease right now, instead of taking 7.3 million in salaries, we leave it, and we take the 7.3 million, we move the supplement around where we might have to add more money to a different activity in the supplement.
Just the 5.26, just out of that, because we have but I forget the number already.
But the 7.3 is being used to support the things on the top, so if we don't take that out of, then we need to move it, we still
that's
need to
the
move it
supplement.
in.
Because we have the money to fund our instructional teachers, and that is supposed to be our priority. So if we already had the money, I would have liked to have seen the funding. I know I'm out of time, but yes, I understand that you're going to have to pull the money for something else. I just would like to see that in the supplement as opposed to instructional salaries.
Okay, so just in instructional salaries, we just won't show the set 5.4 million, so we'll do like 1.9 million on here.
Just fully fund the instructional salaries in the BAT as opposed to the supplement.
So, may I?
Sure.
Mr. Tantliff, I think what Ms. Dominowski is getting at is at the BAT, and we're going to use nice round numbers, whereas you're taking out 21 million, take out 15 million, thereby leaving 6 million in that would have come in under the supplement.
Okay, we'll work that, we will accomplish that task.
We understand that you still will need to
Right.
adjust other categories to keep that same number, but just for simplicity's sake, leave what's already, the instructional savings already there, or 6 million of that 7 million that's there.
I think if we can certainly do that, if that's the
Yes.
main holdup.
Thank you.
I think we can accomplish that mission.
So make sure I understand. So the bottom line on both of these documents is going to be the same. It's just going to be in different categories and different line items. But ultimately, they're both going to end up in the same place they are now. Just it's going to read differently.
They have to.
Okay, well, they have to. Okay, so they read. Okay, we still have a motion on the floor to approve the supplemental. What's the end of that title? Supplemental.
Appropriation.
Nobody wants to help me.
Supplemental appropriation.
Just leave me now. Okay, the motion was to approve the supplemental budget appropriation. We just had a discussion, so now we'll do a roll call vote, and then we'll decide what our next steps are.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Hen?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes. Okay, well, so this is interesting.
7.
Okay, so now if we approved that one, then how do we change one without changing the other? So what the ask was won't work because we just approved it as is, correct? Or am I on a different place now?
That is correct.
Okay. So based on that vote we just had, Ms. Dominowski and Ms. Hen, what you asked them to do can't be done. But but we approved it as is. I know, but they're contingent upon one another.
So then neither of them pass. If
No,
one
the
of them-
second one passed.
But if they're contingent upon each other.
Well, one of them can go, the other one can't. Okay,
We
gentlemen.
can't do one without the other.
Right, so. So do I need to do a motion to reconsider and then we all, do I need to do that? Because I voted yes. No? Okay.
I think if they need both, we're going to have to wait until the May 5th meeting to vote on the first one before they can
Right, we
submit
just
both
voted on the
together
second
to
one.
the county.
Right.
Someone who voted in favor of that motion
Needs to
would
reconsider.
need to move to reconsider if you
Okay.
want to bring them back in tandem.
I move to reconsider the vote on the supplemental budget appropriation.
Second.
Roll call vote. Does everybody understand what we're doing? Okay. Give Ms. Gover a minute to catch up.
This is Ms. Stelusky.
Yes, Ms. Stelusky?
Thank you. So is this a revote of what we just did?
We are revoting what we just did because the two documents need to be in tandem, and we approved one without the other, but they can't fix one without fixing the other. So we need to undo our vote. And
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
right, so right now, we're voting on the motion to reconsider, and then if that passes, then we will vote again. So we're voting on the motion to reconsider the vote. Okay, Ms. Grover, you ready?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong? Sorry. Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stelusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes. Okay. So now, going back to the motion again, may I have a motion to approve the annual supplemental? Well, we already did that. Do I need to make motions again?
All you've done is reconsider.
Right, so now I got to go,
Back to your original motion.
so read it again, right? All right. Right, we have to say no this time to make this work. Dr. Roger, if you said yes, we need to say no. That way they can fix them. All right, may I have a motion to approve? Am I reading the motion again? Okay, may I have a motion to approve the annual supplemental budget appropriation as presented?
Wait, you already
We're
have
just, I need to
Okay,
do it again.
Chair
Yes.
Lichter, if
So
if you
moved.
don't get a motion,
Then it's,
then it ends and no action was
okay,
taken.
all right.
Moved.
Sorry.
First, second.
Oh, you already got it. Okay, now, okay, we got, I don't know. Ms. Dominowski. And then, I can't win for trying. And then who seconded? Mr. Young. All right, may I have a roll call vote, please? Do you all know how to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, no.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Hen?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Stelusky?
No.
Dr. Savoy?
No.
Mr. McMillian?
No.
Ms. Pumphrey?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, so then we once we find out the date of when you need this, we prefer to bring it back on May 5th. That's our preference. If we need it before, what? No, we'll bring it back to the May 5th Board of Ed meeting. But if they need it sooner, then we have to have a special meeting. Okay? Okay. All right, I think you guys are okay to leave. If you need assistance, let us know. All right, where are we? Woo! All right, hopefully this next one will be okay. The next item on the agenda is the proposed board meeting schedule for 26-27. Pursuant to Board Policy 8311, each April, the Board of Education will adopt a schedule of its regular meetings for the succeeding school year. The attached dates and times are for Board of Ed meetings, work sessions, and public hearings for the 2026-2027 school year. May I have a motion to approve proposed board meeting schedule for 2026-2027?
So move, Young.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Dominowski.
Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Pumphrey?
I apologize, but
No, don't.
I have a motion to amend the October 20th meeting to move it to October 21st.
Okay.
I'll get a second before I discuss.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion, Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes, I feel like every year in October when we have the MABE conference, some of us have difficulty getting home in time to attend the meeting, and it becomes a particular concern if we serve on a MABE committee as well because they like us to be there for the entire conference.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay. So I need a. Did you have a second?
Yeah.
Emery. Okay. Yes. So now we need a roll call vote on the. Right? Mr. Young. Thank you. A roll call vote on the amended motion of moving October 20th board meeting to October 21st.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
So now may we have a roll call vote on the motion to approve the proposed board meeting schedule for 2026-2027 as amended? We have it already?
We just have to vote.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Phew. Okay. The next item on the agenda is information, which includes the revised superintendent's rules 3130 and 6000. Sorry. The next item on the agenda. The next item on the agenda is board member comments and agenda setting. If you have any comments or agenda setting, please raise your hand. Mr. McMillian. Oh, here we go.
I have a motion, and it's typed up in the chat. I just need to send it. Okay, I just sent it. I move that we, the Baltimore County Board of Education, request County Executive Kathy Klossmeyer to explain.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I move that we, the Baltimore County Board of Education, request County Executive Kathy Klossmeyer to explain her decision for not continuing to fund full-time library media specialists for the 26-27 school year.
Is there a second?
Second, Stileski.
Any discussion? Do you want to discuss your motion?
Well, we were informed earlier this evening that that is a statute or whatever that can be pursued, and I'd like to pursue it.
Okay. Further discussion? Ms. Pumphrey.
My only concern, and I'm thinking about this, is that maybe we should reword it to not specifically ask her to explain her decision for not continuing to fund full-time library media specialists, but to, in general, ask her for a report, as Mr. Burns mentioned, regarding what she approved and what she didn't approve. I don't know exactly how to word that, but that's my concern. I think it should be more general.
I come back to that is, then if it's more general, then she might not answer the question. This points out specifically what we want answered.
Ms. Dominowski.
I think the details would be to give a written response to what was funded, what was reducted, why it was reducted. It would include that because that was on the line items. If you looked at the budget proposed and the superintendent proposed, like you could see where it was and what wasn't accepted in the on the budget 101, the one that was given to us. So she would need to explain what the money, why it went out. She gave us more money, but what it was needed to be used for. So I understand what you're saying, but I also understand what Ms. Pumphrey's saying.
Okay, I'm open to rewording it.
Mr. Young?
The county executive, as everybody mentioned, gave us work to give us more because she understood the need. I think trying to it's within her purview to decide, what to fund and not fund within our budget. And this was one of the things that she decided not to fund. So we should not try to, press her on her decision-making process.
We're still not right. Ms. Pumphrey?
That's partially the reason for my rewording of this. I don't think it needs to sound as harsh and direct. But may I request that Mr. Burns reread the regulation? I think that might be helpful in formatting the language, so that we're doing what it says in regulation that we're entitled to. I think that's my point here.
For the record, Darren Burns, Board Counsel. The statute that board members are citing is Section 5-102 of the Education Article, and 5102 of the Education Article in subsection C 2 indicates that, and this is a quote, "The county executive shall indicate in writing which major categories of the annual budget of the county board have been denied in whole or reduced in part, and the reason for the denial or reduction." So if you are asking my advice, I would suggest Ms. Pumphrey's idea is the better way to proceed, because you're following the statutory language. And if you have further questions after what you get back, you can certainly follow up.
And as far as I'm concerned, Kathy Klossmeyer is an interim county executive. She's on her way out. We have, according to that document, we have, reason to ask. And why not ask? I think that library and media specialists deserve an answer, and we can't give them the answer. So why not ask her, hold her feet to the fire and ask her?
But we're still not finished the budget process, so county council can still watch this and then nix it too, okay? And more, right. Other discussion? Ms. Henn?
I've prepared an alternate motion if Mr. McMillian has withdrawn his motion that I'd like to suggest.
But I'm open to whatever you got to say.
I put the wording in the chat if you'd like to use it or modify it, Mr. McMillian, if I may read it, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I move that Board Council prepare a written request to the county executive as to the reasons for any reductions to the board's FY 2027 budget request.
I'll withdraw mine.
Okay, so is there a second to, so you're making that motion now? Is that how procedurally where we are?
I'm happy to make the motion unless Mr. McMillian would like to make it. Second it. I'll make the motion.
Okay, is there a second to the motion that's written in? Now, Ms. Pumphrey, I see that you're typing away. What are you about to do?
Honestly, I would prefer to use, I know
language
it's
of the statute.
the legality, but my mind speaking. I would like to use the exact wording of the statute, which is what I'm typing. It's very similar to what you have.
Yes.
In the wording of my motion, I had assumed that Mr. Burns would include the wording of the statute in
Okay.
his request.
Letter. Okay.
And I'm happy to include that if you'd like it in the motion.
Ms. Pumphrey, are you still typing, or are we okay with what?
I guess I have a question. So the difference here is you're asking that Mr. Burns prepare a letter requesting this information, and he can include in his letter the exact language of the statute. Okay, thank you, I'm clear.
Okay, so we had a motion. Do we have a second to Ms. Henn's motion?
Second. Dominowski.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Dulesky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 6.
Okay, yes.
I have a question for Mr. Burns. If we're legally supposed to receive that, do we even need to make a motion?
You don't, but if you haven't received it, there's no reason you can't ask for it, and it's appropriate to come from the board, from the chair on behalf of the board, or from the superintendent on behalf of the board.
Can I ask,
Yeah, you don't have to ask for it. You're supposed to get it. But if you'd like to get it and make sure you get it, then you just simply make a request.
But does it have to come from board leadership?
I mean, that's usually what boards do if they're looking for something from their counterparts at the council and haven't received it yet.
But then but have we ever received that?
We're legally supposed to.
I'm very confused now.
Just
It says it right here.
Okay. So
My advice to, I'm going to give legal advice in open here. My advice to you is to follow the statute and simply make a request from leadership to leadership for what you need under the statute.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, then we're back to board comments or an agenda setting items. Mr. Young.
Considering MSDE has changed math, consolidating, 3 courses into 2, I guess at some point I would like to see a report from us of how we are handling that, or any guidance that's going to be provided from MSDE about that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or requests for agenda items? Ms. Pumphrey?
I just have a comment. We heard a comment this evening from Ramona Basilio regarding the cell phone policy, and I just wanted to state that in my recent visits this year to middle schools, I noticed a huge difference as far as phones not in students' hands. They were engaged in instruction, not in the hallways with their phones, and I spoke to principals and teachers at those schools who are also noticing a big difference. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we are making a difference as far as the cell phone policy.
Thank you for that. Anyone else?
And I did just want to add to what Ms. Pumphrey just said. I also spoke to students who originally thought that they weren't going to be a fan of the cell phone policy, but since then have changed their opinion 100%. So even the students are being really receptive to that. So just good news.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, the last item on the agenda, I'm sorry, a second. The last item on the agenda are announcements. I'm sorry. My computer just went backwards. The last item on the agenda are announcements. The board's next meeting will be held, fingers crossed, on Tuesday, May 5th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Thank you for joining us tonight. The meeting is now adjourned.